There we go.
Sorry, I forgot to plug my headphones into the mic. Hello. I hope you all had a good week. Or are having a good week. It's Wednesday. Hi Thor. Congrats on being first dear. Good to see you. Hope you're doing alright.
You are a sicky bear? Oh, hi, Ursa Major. I'm sorry you're sicky. That's no good. Thank you for stopping by, though. Thank you. Hope you get better soon. I hope I'm able to give you tingles. It's not often I tingle myself, so if I can get other people to tingle, that'd be pretty cool. I'm sorry you're sick or so major. It's no good. Hope you're able to get some good rest. Do you have a favorite trigger? Oh, you might be in pre-rolls. Maybe, I don't know. But, no, it's only ASMR. I want you to rest. Hope the ASMR helps you get some rest. I'll do my best. Do you happen to have a favorite trigger? Oh, also, hand sounds, clenching hands, rubbing hands together. Okay. So I should preface. I had a can of root beer before stream, like, you know. So if there's ever a burp or a loud burp, I apologize. It shall be magical. Okay. Not the burp. No, not the burp. Okay, so hand sounds. I like this one. It makes my fingers tired, but oh, sorry. Pinky popped. I'm wearing arm warmers right now, so let's see. Okay. My hands are a little sweaty, so they're sticking. Oh. Makes my fingers tired. It's a workout. The backs of my hands are kind of dry. So sorry about that. Of course, Ursa, of course. Hi, Ninetail. Hi, dear. How are you? Oh, there's your smooch, Ursa. How are you, Ninetail? It snowed overnight, apparently, and we got like 3 inches. It was pretty cool. And then got the driveway shoveled or whatever, and then it snowed like another inch. You're a bit anxious? I'm sorry, dear. No snow? Well, I know for... Hello, lot of people, it's in like the negatives. It hasn't hit the negatives for us over here. Like at all. And it's actually going to hit the 40s next week. So, yeah, it might snow or sleet or whatever this overnight. Yeah, we'll see. A new trigger that you like? I love kisses. They're my favorite. Oh yeah, ad break. You have 10 Fahrenheit, but no snow. I think that's too cold for snow. Maybe. It's going up. Hopefully we have snow tomorrow. Nice. And Friday. Nice. Sorry for the ad break. Should be pop up in a second here. I apologize in advance if they're loud. I hate. Oh, they're the worst when they start really loud and then they quiet down. Like, come on. You don't need to play at max volume. Even when you take it down to like 1% volume, they're still louder than the stream was. Like, come on. Okay. I don't know if Teto is here. Or if Teto will be here. But the Twisty Pops, the suckers, the Teto got me on throne are here. So, yeah, and they're probably meow. But they're bigger, so I don't know how long it'll take me to finish one. We'll see. You haven't seen Teto in a while? He was here yesterday. And so you haven't seen him in a while. Meet the Elden Ring Lord. That's okay, Ursa. No worries. You don't need to apologize for something like that. It's okay. And good evening. Hi, Senpai. I know, like, nothing about Elden Ring. Let's look it up on Wikipedia. Elden Ring. I don't know anything about Elden Ring. I've played it, but I don't know anything about it. I have it. I haven't streamed it in a while. And I suck at it. I suck at it. You want your smooches? Okay, I do. Squat. Oh my goodness. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Senpai, you can look at what games I play. They should be there. on the main page or whatever, or at least the recent ones. Of course, Ninetale.
Where's your smooches?
Okay. A little bit louder. Okay, sorry. Let me turn up the gain. I turned the gain down a little because the AC or the heater's on. Okay. Sorry, senpai. Is that a little better? Oops, sorry for chair noises. Sorry for chair noises. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Whoops. Alright, I don't know anything about Elden Ring, so I'm just gonna read the Wikipedia article and we'll go from there. Have any interesting facts? Thank you for the bit, senpai.
Thank you, senpai. Thank you.
I appreciate it. It means a lot. Alright, let me turn myself up a few decibels. Right there. Like 3.3 more decibels. Okay. So I'm just gonna read like the first paragraph of the, well, we'll see. I'm gonna start with the first paragraph of the Elden Ring Wikipedia article, and we'll go from there. I can't think of anything off the top of my, well, okay. So there's this exquisitely preserved, it's a Nodosaurus. Oh no, it's a relative of Ankylosaurus. It was found in a quarry in like Sweden or Poland. It was on its back, so it had died somehow and ended up in a body of water because the quarry used to be underwater a long time ago. And the body of the animal had bellied up because the gases, when you die, or when something dies, the gases and stuff inside the stomach build up and it expands. So all the gases and bacterium and everything in the gut of this dinosaur had expanded, so the animal flipped over onto its back, and somehow, after however long, it sunk to the bottom and was then covered by sediment. And the animal was so well preserved, like you can look up pictures. Let me find it here. Okay. It's a nodosaur. Okay. It is a nodosaur. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm getting too excited. Okay, let me give Esther the good kitty, and then I'll read you the paragraph from the Wikipedia article. All right, senpai. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Esther, you're a very good kitty. Such a good kitty. Yes, you are. Such a good kitty.
Give me 1 second. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Aster. That's no good. Alrighty. Here, Senpai, I don't. Sorry if you're still here. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Here you go. I'll read you the first paragraph of the Wikipedia article here. Well, do you want, like, the first paragraph of, like, the intro to the article? Do you want it on the. Oh, should we do it on the plot? Or the premise? What's lore? Premise or plot? I'll read the premise. I'll read the premise.
Elden Ring takes place in the lands between, a fictional realm over which several demigods rule. It was previously ruled over by the immortal Queen Marika, who acted as keeper of the Elden Ring, a powerful force that manifested itself as the physical concept of order. When Marika shattered the Elden Ring and disappeared, her demigod children began fighting over the pieces of the ring, an event called the Shattering. Each demigod has a shard of the ring and called a Great Rune. Or shard of the ring called a Great Rune, which corrupts them with power. In the game, the player character is a tarnished, one of a group of exiles from the lands between who are summoned back after the shattering. The player must traverse the realm to repair the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord.
Thank you, Senpai. I hope that was okay for you. Yeah. So Ursa, there's this exquisitely preserved nodosaur. I encourage you to look up videos of it. It is beautiful. It's such a pretty animal. Like, it's so well preserved that so usually when you find a fossil, like the skull of a triceratops, the horn, that's only the core of the horn. It probably had like a sheath of keratin over the horn, like sheep, or yeah, like a sheep, like a bighorn sheep. Like if you actually like look at a bighorn sheep's skull. Hi Moki. Hi Moki. Hi dear, how are you? There we go. Go follow Moki. They're a sweetheart. They're a cutie patootie. Moki also does ASMR, and Moki is great at it. The stream's going well. It's going good so far. We've only been live 20 minutes. Ursa got me distracted talking about this Nodosaurus. You made dinner? What did you eat for dinner? And of course, dear, of course. Yes, please go follow Moki. She's a sweetheart. They're a cutie patootie. Okay. So like if you look at the skull of a bighorn sheep and where the horns are, if you move the horns or whatever, there's a little nub of the actual like bone, and the horns are just layered keratin, like fingernail stuff, right? Everybody knows that. Noodle soup, or whatever was in your fridge. Noodle soup. Oh, okay. I hope it's yummy. I hope you enjoy it. Sorry if I get too excited. So anyway, you look at the Nodosaur, and we actually have the keratin sheaths over the nubs of bone in the animal's armor plating, so we actually know what the sheaths looked like, which is so cool. It is so cool. We also have the skin is preserved well enough that we can look at the amount of the not melatonin, the stuff that colors skin. And we know that it was two-toned. It had a lighter, or the colors on its back were darker than the colors on its belly, like a shark. And all the artwork that I'm seeing of it is like a roan, or maybe an orange pigment. Yeah, there's a specific term for the part of the cell that like determines how dark a color is. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head. I can't remember, but yeah, it's like the pigment of the skin, right? And it was like a orange roan color, and the belly was more of a peach, white pale color. And I don't know if it was the same animal. I think it was, but they were able to. I heard about this like last week. I don't know how recent this was, but they looked at the contents of the Nodosaurus's stomach, and it ate a lot of like ferns and stuff, and a lot of the fern leaves, preserved material that is where its stomach was. A lot of the plant matter was burned, so it had eaten after like a wildfire, and that's probably not how it died. I don't know if we know how it died. But it is such a beautiful animal. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Yeah, so its last meal was burned or singed foliage after a wildfire. Or maybe during a wildfire, I don't know. And then it died somewhere and ended up in the middle of like a lake, where it then sunk to the bottom of the lake bed on its back and then was covered by sediment. And it is so pretty. I don't think it's the whole animal. It's like the head, neck, to maybe like the shoulders, I think. Maybe to like the mid-back. I don't know. But it is such a pretty animal. It is so pretty. But I hope you enjoy your soup, Moki. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. Melanin. That's right. Melanin. Right. Thank you, Aster. Thank you, dear. I appreciate that. Yeah, does that work as an interesting fact for you, Ursa, if you're still here? No, I totally understand, Aster. That's okay, Esther. It's okay. Spelling is hard. It's pretty hard sometimes, for sure. Excuse me. Oh, Moki, if you're still here, do you have a favorite trigger? I'm sorry, if you're not here, I should have asked her a few minutes ago. It's almost possible, yeah, totally. I get ya. So it's hard to even, like, think, you know? Checked out early from Snowblind. I know. I woke up and I went to look outside because my brother asked for help shoveling the driveway, and I could not stare out the door for like more than 2 seconds. It was so bright. It was so bright. Being Windows even sunglasses, oh, I am. It sounds awful. And I have to wear glasses. But my glasses have the thing where they darken if I go outside. I don't know if that would work when I'm inside a semi truck though. Interesting. So I shoveled snow, and then I showered, and then I ate, which I didn't get around to doing around like 3. Because I woke up at like, I woke up at like 11:40 something, but I stayed in bed till like noon, I think, and then I watched anime for a bit. And then my brother called me, asked me to help him shovel snow. So I did that, and then I showered. Well, thank you, Thorn. Go wearing glasses, even if lenses on the sides help with the Nice. Nice.
1, 2,
3, 4, 5. And so I ate. Then I worked on a puppet. I finished it. Well, it's done. Because the basement had been a mess, so I couldn't even get to like the table to like. Excuse me. Sorry. Work on it. So yesterday, or the day before, yesterday, I finished sewing the mouth, and I put the mouth plates in. I cut them a little small, but it's fine. It's fine. They also flip up, so you don't really have to take them off. Nice. But the puppet is done for the most part. I've got the arm rods. Arms are attached. Got some eyes on there. And I gave him. My brother got me a thing of yarn from the dollar store for Christmas. And I gave him like 3 little tufts of hair on top of his head. But they kind of swoop to one side and cover one of his eyes, which I did not intend. He's a little edgy, I guess. I don't know. But the material I used, I was excited to use it because it's 2-sided. One side is like leopard print, and the other side is like kind of fuzzy. And I used the fuzzy side for the outside of the puppet. It's really soft. Like it would make a good like baby blanket. Like a really nice baby blanket. It's really soft, but it's super thin compared to like felt or something, or the fur. And it was kind of annoying to work with, so I won't be using it to make puppets. They are freezing right icy roads in snow tomorrow, so we should even drive. Oh no. Hope you stay safe, Esther. That sounds awful. Oh, Monkey, are you still here, Monkey? These doodles are so cute. They're so cute. A stretch? Okay. Oh, I feel like I might need that one. Thank you, Esther. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, Kofi now? Good, good, good. More smooches? Okay. Thank you for the switch reading, Master. Thank you, thank you. Bringober. That's okay. Spelling. You think English wasn't your first language? It's okay, Esther. I'm sure. I cannot spell for the life of me at times as well. It's okay. It's okay. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh, Brian. I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. The makeup brush? Okay. Let me take off the mic cover real quick. Okay, sorry if it's a bit louder. Sounds feels like it is. Oh, and the heater just turned on. Great. Okay. Now, this might legit put me to sleep if I'm not careful. My elbow hurt. Why does my elbow hurt? You feel it on your face. No, some triggers are like that for sure. I lost it. Yeah, I lost it. I lost it. That's how I know. the song I'm humming, it just gets stuck in my head. It just does. I don't know if the tune is original to the song. Because I feel like quite a few of the tunes to hymns in the Mormon hymn book are taken from other places, like Praise to the Man and what is like an English folk song where the tune is, the words are not. Someone took the tune of the song and wrote lyrics about Joseph Smith to them. And it's a pretty good tune. And one of my favorites growing up, and it was my uncle's favorite, If You Could Hide the Kolob, the song, the music, is not an original creation. It was I can't remember who it was by. But the Mormon Church did not write the music for it. They might have took, I don't know, maybe it's like the equivalent of like sampling a song. I don't know. But it was written by a composer about, what was it about? It was something about like Jesus and like St. Peter or something. I don't remember. But it's actually like 8 minutes long, and If You Could Hide the Kolob, it's not nearly that long. And like they took like the good part out of the good part, quote unquote, of the composition to use for If You Could Hide the Kolob. Now, let me find the lyrics for this. If You Could Hide the Kolob. Yeah, it's listening to me talk. Yeah, I typed in if you, and it's right there. Okay. Oh my goodness, it's sheet music. Okay. Oh, here it is. So, sorry if this is boring, or it might trigger some people. I'm sorry. I'm going to be talking about Mormon lore for a few minutes, just because I don't know why. I'm sorry if it's not your cup of tea. So, hi Teto, hi dear. So the Mormons, the LDS Church, the corporation of the President of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That's what it's legally called, a corporation. It's not a church. But they have a few books of canon scripture, right? The Old and New Testament, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. Late night at the office, time to relax. Welcome home, Teto. Welcome home. And the we use the King James version of the Bible for some reason. I don't know why. That's the version Joseph Smith had, probably. Excuse me. In the Book of Mormon, it takes a bunch of, like, I think one book is like most, they just transplanted huge swaths of like Isaiah into the Book of Mormon verbatim. But in the Doctrine and Covenants is writings of Joseph Smith up to Lorenzo Snow, I think. So, writings of Mormon prophets and their revelations. Doctrine and Covenants. It used to be called, it was called something else. Just Book of I don't remember. And the Pearl of Great Price wasn't always canon. It's a grouping of writings of Joseph Smith and Chronicle translations that someone put together, and the church was like, hey, yeah, that's a good idea. And they canonized it, or they stuck stuff together. And that's the Pearl of Great Price. And in the Pearl of Great Price is the Book of Abraham, which is claimed to be. So Joseph, there was a traveling salesman that was in possession, or had in his possession, a mummy and some papyri. And he's like, and he heard about Joseph Smith. He's like, yeah, there's this guy down the street actually, in this city over there, that claims to be translating Egyptian text, or Reformed Egyptian, off golden plates. And the guy was probably like, oh, sweet, this guy will buy my mummy. And he came to town, and Joseph loved it. He was so excited about this mummy. And he got the members of the church to donate so he could buy this mummy and 2 pieces of papyri, I think, or a couple. At the time it was like $6,000. I'm not sure what that is these days. It's no small penny. It's no small penny for sure. And Joseph, and at the time, no one, like, they had discovered the Rosetta Stone, so they were in the process of translating Egyptian, or they were already had, but word hadn't gotten to where Joseph was. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly. But I think they had, like, were going to discover the Rosetta Stone soon after this, or they already had, and were in the process of translating everything on the Rosetta Stone. And Joseph was like, heck yeah, I can, like, actually, like, show these to people. And he did. I think he framed them and would charge people, I don't know, it probably wasn't a lot of money, but he would charge people like, hey, you can come in here and look at this Egyptian papyri. And supposedly it is the Book of Abraham is the product of that. Which Joseph claims the papyri were handwritten by the man Abraham himself. And but the Book of Abraham is basically just a retelling of the creation story of Genesis. But it's where a lot of the weird stuff comes from. Like Kolob. So Kolob, I think it's the Book of Abraham. I could be wrong. But Kolob is the star or planet closest to where God lives. So God is somewhere in the universe on a planet, living his days away, near this star or planet Kolob. Where Kolob, the name Kolob comes from, I am not sure. And there is someone, let's see, who wrote it? Let's see. Text William W. Phelps, 1792 to 1872. Okay. And looks like it's from references Abraham chapter 3 verses 1 through 4 and verse 9, and Moses chapter 1 verse 3 to 4, and then verses 33 to 39. Now this is really weird, right? But yeah, so it's supposedly the planet closest to God. Like, you've got people there on Kolob are really righteous, I guess. And it's one of my favorite hymns. And I was browsing TikTok, And then I got this TikTok about the origin of some hymns, and apparently, the music, I didn't know this, but the music for If You Could Hide the Kolob is not original to the song. It was adapted, I think, with permission, yes. Music is by Kingsfold, collected by Lucy Broadwood, adapted and arranged by Ralph Vaughan Williams, 1872 to 1958, from the English hymnal, reproduced by permission of Copycat Music Licensing LLC, on behalf of Oxford University Press, all rights reserved. I didn't know that. And I listened to the original piece of music, and it is really pretty. It's really pretty. There's no lyrics either. It's just a piece of music for like an orchestra. But yeah. So, like, Kolob is like, let's see, should I pull up the scripture? Let's see, Abraham. Okay, so this is Abraham chapter 3, verses 1 through 4, and then verse 9. Okay. And I, Abraham, had the Urim and Thummim, which the Lord my God had given unto me, in Ur of the Chaldees. And I saw the stars, that they were very great, and that one of them was nearest unto the throne of God, and there were many great ones which were near unto it. And the Lord said unto me, these are the governing ones, and the name of the great one is Kolob, because it is near unto me, for I am the Lord thy God. I have set this one to govern all those which belong to the same order as that upon which thou standest. And the Lord said unto me by the Urim and Thummim, that Kolob was after the manner of the Lord, according to its times and seasons and the revelations thereof. That one revolution was a day unto the Lord, after his manner of reckoning, and it being 1,000 years, according to the time appointed unto that whereon thou standest. So one day on Kolob is 1,000 years on earth. This is the reckoning of the Lord's time, according to the reckoning of Kolob. And this is verse 9. And thus there shall be the reckoning of the time of one planet above another, until thou come nigh unto Kolob, which Kolob is after the reckoning of the Lord's time, which Kolob is set nigh unto the throne of God, to govern all those planets which belong to the same order as that upon which thou standest. That's just what verse 5 said. Huh? Okay. Okay, should we read verse 5 through 8? Maybe I get some more context here, because it's been a while since I've read this. And the Lord, this is verse 5. And the Lord said unto me, the planet which is the lesser light, lesser than that which is to rule the day, even the night, is above or greater than that upon which thou standest in point of reckoning, for it moveth in order more slow. This is in order because it standeth above the earth upon which thou standest. Therefore the reckoning of its time is not so many as up to its number of days, and of months, and of years. And the Lord said unto me, now Abraham, these two facts exist. Behold, thine eyes see it. It is given unto thee to know the times of reckoning, and the set time, yea, the set time of the earth upon which thou standest, and the set time of the greater light which is set to rule the day, and the set time of the lesser light which is set to rule the night. I still grows. Now the set time of the lesser light is a longer time as to its reckoning than the reckoning of the time of the earth upon which thou standest. And where these two facts exist, there shall be another fact above them, that is, there shall be another planet whose reckoning of time shall be longer still. So, okay, that like almost made my brain blue screen. So basically, I think that's saying the second coming of Christ is going to happen on those planets before Earth, I think. Maybe, or after. I don't know, catch up on it, but yeah, read in the Pearl of Great Price. it's not the greatest book to be listening to because it's just gibberish. But that's the origin of If You Could Hide the Kolob. Yeah. How are you, Sucrose? It's good to see you. Sorry, my Mormon is showing. Oh. Yeah, but I doing well. Glad to hear. Oh, we're staying warm. Of course, Sucrose. Of course. So yeah, Kolob is apparently the planet closest to the throne of God. Wherever that is. You'll have to ask Abraham. But yeah, so anyway, the whole book of Abraham, Joseph claimed to have translated from these papyri he got from this traveling merchant selling him a mummy. And the after he died, the papyri and the mummy stayed with his wife Emma, I think. And then they were kept in a library or something, or they were donated to a museum or something. I can't remember. And then that building burned down, so they were thought lost. And if you get your hands on a pearl of great price or a quad, which is the which is the Bible, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants all in one book, which is what I have. It weighs like a pound. In the back, there's these maps and stuff of locations, of stories and stuff, like where Jesus supposedly was and stuff like that. And there's also pictures of the facsimiles of these papyri, which Joseph had scribbled on because they were ripped. So I can't show you the pictures. But there was one of someone laying on a table with the urns underneath the table with like the Anubis's head, Ra's head, for like the canopic jars. The canopic jars for the when someone is being mummified, right? It's warmer than it has been, at least. That's good. Glad to hear. Anyway, in like the 60s or something, the papyri was rediscovered and they were thought lost. And so Egyptologists can actually like look at the papyri and verify what they were. Turns out they're just generic standard funerary text. They are nothing special. They're not words written or recorded by Abraham witnessing the creation. But yeah, anyway, there we go. There's my little rant for you. Hi Muck, how are you, dear? 5 squats? Okay. Ignore my knees popping, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Teto. I have the Twisted Pops. I have the suckers. They arrived today. They have arrived. I don't know what flavor they're. I think they're just fruit. You're doing your best. That's all we can do, Muck. That's all we can. Give me a second to put the mic cover back on. Alright, there we go. But it's good to see you, Sucrose. Sucrose, do you want any specific trigger? It's okay. If not. Sorry, I went on that ramble for like 10 minutes. I apologize. Oh, but we didn't read the Moses verses. Okay, I'll read those later. Excuse me.
Sucrose. Sucrose. You're a very, very good girl. You're such a good girl, Sucrose. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Very, very good girl. Sucrose, you worked so hard today. You did a very, very good job. And I'm very, very proud of you. It's always good to see you. Thank you for being here. Very, very good girl. Good girl.
Good girl. Good girl, Sucrose. You're such a good girl. 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 Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Thank you, Sucrose. You're welcome. I hope that was good for you. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you. Muck, do you have any triggers you would like? If you are still around. I was glad to hear. And also the Book of Moses, I believe, was translated, quote unquote. Supposed claims to be translated from these papyri, which is also just a retelling of the creation story, I think. Maybe, I don't know. But if you could have the collab references verses 3 to 4 and then 33 to 39. So I guess I'll read those. Just a preface, this is all baloney. I'm just reading it because it's interesting to me anyway. Okay, so this is verse 3 of the Book of Moses, or selections from the Book of Moses, chapter 1. There's an extract from the translation of the Bible as revealed to Joseph Smith the prophet, June 1830, February to February 1831. So the Pearl of Great Price is a collection of writings from Joseph that someone put together, and then the church canonized it as the Pearl of Great Price. And this is chapter 3, June 1830, verses 3 through 4. And God spake unto Moses. I guess I'll just start from verse 1, give us some context. The words of God, which he spake unto Moses at a time when Moses was caught up into an exceedingly high mountain. So I think this is when he goes up to the mount to get the 10 Commandments or something, and sees the burning bush or something. I think, maybe. And he saw God face to face and talked with him, and the glory of God was upon Moses. Therefore Moses could endure his presence. Verse 3. And God spake unto Moses, saying, Behold, I am the Lord God, Almighty, and endless is my name. For I am without beginning of days or end of years. And this is not endless? And is this not endless? And verse 4, And behold, thou art my son, wherefore look, and I will show thee the workmanship of mine hands, but not all, for my works are without end, and also my words, for they never cease. um, I'll just read it, I guess. Verse 5. Wherefore, no man can behold all my works, except he behold all my glory. And no man can behold all my glory, and afterwards remain in the flesh on the earth. Verse 6. And I have a work for thee, Moses, my son, and thou art in the similitude of mine only begotten. And mine only begotten is and shall be the Saviour, for he is full of grace and truth. But there is no God besides me, and all things are present with me, for I know them all. Verse 7. And now behold, this one thing I show unto thee, Moses, my son, for thou art in the world, and now I show it unto thee. Verse 8. And it came to pass that Moses looked and beheld the world upon which he was created. And Moses beheld the world and ends thereof, and all the children of men which are and which were created of the same he greatly marveled and wondered. Verse 9. And the presence of God withdrew from Moses, that his glory was not upon Moses. And Moses was left unto himself, and he was left unto himself. And as he was left unto himself, he fell unto the earth. So basically, that was like Moses, like, flying through the air. This is what I imagined as a kid being taught this. Was like God, like, gave Moses flying powers for a little while, or like pixie dust, I don't know. Straight till tomorrow. He flew around the earth, the ends thereof, and all the children of men which are and which were created of the same he greatly marveled and wondered. So he saw, like, everybody. He saw, like, I was specifically, like, told, he looked at you in the eyes. It's like, whoa, Moses saw me. He saw my eyeballs. But it's like, obviously, he did not. Let's see. We're in verse 10. And it came to pass that it was for... So Moses just like... And then... So God showed Moses the whole earth, like everything on earth. Everybody. Each individual person, which are and which were created. I don't know if he saw... I don't know. We'll get to that, I guess. And then God withdrew from Moses, and then Moses fell back to the earth and slept. I guess he's unconscious. Verse 10. And it came to pass that it was for the space of many hours before Moses did again receive his natural strength like unto man. And he said unto himself, Now, for this cause I know that a man is nothing, which thing I have never had supposed. So he's like, well, man, I'm worthless. I didn't do it. I haven't created anything, I guess. Which he had never thought figured out before, I guess. Verse 11. But now mine own eyes have beheld God, but not my natural, but my spiritual eyes. For my natural eyes could not have beheld, for I should have withered and died in his presence. But his glory was upon me, and I beheld his face, for I was transfigured before him. So Moses didn't actually see God with his own eyeballs. It was his spiritual eyes. So basically, he hallucinated, and he was transfigured, which... like, means he was, like, temporarily someone else or something, I think. Verse 12. And it came to pass that when Moses had said these words, behold, Satan came tempting him, saying, Moses, son of man, worship me. Verse 13. And it came to pass that Moses looked upon Satan and said, Who art thou? For behold, I am a son of God, in the similitude of his only begotten. And where is thy glory, that I should worship thee? Verse 14. For behold, I could not look upon God, except his glory should come upon me, and I were transfigured before him. But I can look upon thee in the natural man. Is it not so? Surely. Verse 15. Blessed be the name of my God, for his spirit hath not altogether withdrawn from me. Or else where is thy glory? For it is darkness unto me, and I can judge between thee and God. For God said unto me, worship God, for him only shalt thou serve. 16. Get thee hence, Satan, deceive me not. For God said unto me, thou art after the similitude of mine only begotten. He's just repeating himself. Like, he hasn't even given Satan a chance to respond. Verse 17. And he also gave me commandments when he called unto me out of the burning bush, saying, call upon God in the name of mine only begotten, and worship me. Verse 18. And Moses said again, I will not cease to call upon God. I have other things to inquire of him, for his glory has been upon me. Wherefore I can judge between him and thee. Depart hence, Satan. Verse 19. And now Moses had said these words. Satan cried with a loud voice, and ranted upon the earth, and commanded, saying, I am the only begotten. Worship me. Verse 20. And it came to pass that Moses began to fear exceedingly. And as he began to fear, he saw the bitterness of hell. Nevertheless, calling upon God, he received strength. And he commanded, saying, depart from me, Satan, for this one God only will I worship, which is the God of glory. Verse 21. And now Satan began to tremble, and the earth shook, and Moses received strength, and called upon God, saying, in the name of the only begotten, depart hence, Satan. And it came to pass that Satan cried with a loud voice, with weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth, and he departed hence, even from the presence of Moses, that he beheld him not. 23. So basically, Satan showed him, like, hey man, worship me. And then Moses berated him for like probably 20 minutes. And then Satan got really upset, spooked Moses. And then Moses like, get away from me again. And then he left. But Satan also caused the earth to quake. Interesting. Because Satan threw a tantrum, I guess. And then left. 23. And now this thing Moses bore record, but because of wickedness it is not had among the children of men. So basically, this actually happened according to the scripture. Verse 23. This was real. But Moses didn't write it down because of wickedness. And because people are wicked, we don't have this writing in the Bible, I guess. So, yeah, it totally happened, bro. God showed Moses the earth. Moses passed out, and Satan showed up, and Moses berated him. Satan threw a tantrum and left, and yeah. This isn't in the Bible because people are wicked. Verse 24. And it came to pass that when Satan had departed from the presence of Moses, that Moses lifted up his eyes unto heaven, being filled with the Holy Ghost, which beareth record of the Father and the Son. 25. And calling upon the name of God, he beheld his glory again, for it was upon him, and he heard a voice saying, Blessed art thou, Moses, for I, the Almighty, have chosen thee, and thou shalt be made stronger than many waters, for they shall obey thy command as if thou wert God. 26. And lo, I am with thee, even unto the end of thy days, for thou shalt deliver my people from bondage, even Israel my chosen. 27. And it came to pass, as the voice was still speaking, Moses cast his eyes and beheld the earth, even all of it, and there was not a particle of it which he did not behold, discerning it by the Spirit of God. It's very wicked cool. So basically, he saw earth again, but every single particle, he saw every individual atom of the earth. I wonder how long that took. Discerning it by the Spirit of God. Verse 28. And he beheld also the inhabitants thereof, and there was not a soul which he beheld not. So he even saw you. That's what I was taught growing up. Moses saw your face. He knew you for like a second, and then he saw someone else for like a second, because there's a whole lot of people. Um, and he discerned them by the Spirit of God, and their numbers were great, even numberless as the sand upon the seashore. 29. And he beheld many lands, in which land was called earth, and there were inhabitants on the face thereof. Verse 30. And it came to pass that Moses called upon God, saying, Tell me, I pray thee, why these things are so, and by what thou madest them? Question mark. Verse 31. And behold, the glory of the Lord was upon Moses, so that Moses stood in the presence of God and talked with him face to face. And the Lord God said unto Moses, For mine own purpose have I made these things. Here is wisdom, and it remaineth in me. So he's like, God, why'd you make all this cool stuff? Why'd you make all these people numberless as the grains of sand on a seashore? Because I felt like it. For his own purposes. Verse 32. And by the word of my power I have created them, which is mine only begotten Son, who is full of grace and truth. And I don't know if you've picked up on it yet, but the only begotten Son, or the only begotten, is Jesus. Verse 33. And worlds without number have I created, and I also created them for mine own purpose. And by the Son I created them, which is mine only begotten. So Jesus helped God make all these planets without number. 34. And the first man of all men I have called Adam, which is many. So we're just going to get a recount of the Genesis story here, I think. Verse 35. But only an account of this earth, and the inhabitants thereof I give unto you. So, like, there are planets without number, with people on them, with souls, apparently. But we only get scriptures from earth. For behold, there are many worlds that I have passed away by the word of my power, and there are many that now stand, and innumerable are they unto man. So it's basically, I blew some up, but there's a lot of them, so that's a lot of info to throw at you, Moses. I'm not going to do that. But all things are numbered unto me, for they are mine, and I know them. Verse 36. And it came to pass that Moses spake unto the Lord, saying, Be merciful unto thy servant, O God, and tell me concerning this earth, and the inhabitants thereof, and also the heavens, and then thy servant will be content. So Moses is like, I want to know more, God. Please tell me more. This is cool stuff. Tell me, please. Verse 37. And the Lord God spake unto Moses, saying, The heavens, they are many, and they cannot be numbered unto man, but they are numbered unto me, for they are mine. So God's like, shut up, I just answered your question. They're innumerable. I can't tell you how many there are, but I know the number. You cannot comprehend how many there are. Verse 38. And as one earth shall pass away, and the heavens thereof, even so shall another come. And there is no end to my works, neither to my words. 39. For behold, this is my work, and my glory, to bring to pass the immortality and eternal life of man. That's a big one. That's quoted quite a bit in church. Verse 40. And now, Moses, my son, I will speak unto thee concerning this earth upon which thou standest, and thou shalt write the things which I shall speak. Verse 41. And in a day when the children of men shall esteem my words as naught, and take many of them from the book which thou shalt write, behold, I will raise up another like unto thee, and they shall be had again among the children of men, among as many as shall believe. Verse 42, these are all in parentheses. These words were spoken unto Moses in the mount, the name of which should not be known among the children of men, and now they are spoken unto you. Show them not unto any except them that believe, even so. Amen. I showed them to you guys, so I guess I'm going to HE double hockey sticks. But yeah, so basically verse 41 was God being like, hey, you're telling all this stuff, you're going to write it down in a book, and then people are going to take your words, and some will believe you, and then some won't, and then later I'll raise up another person like you, and they'll write another book, and then other people will believe them. So he's like, hey, Joseph Smith, he's going to be a guy. Moses. Alright, that's Moses chapter 1. Okay. There we go. Do you guys want more? Like, there were like 12 people here. I don't know why 12 people are listening to me read the book of Moses. But yeah, it's all hubbub is baloney. It's awful. That was nonsense. Okay. Oh, this is just the creation story again. Alright. Okay. Yeah, this is just Genesis. So, Joseph Smith, before he was assassinated at Carthage jail, he was in the process of translating the Bible. Basically, he was just translating the Bible into his own stuff. And I guess this is part of it. Yeah, so the book of Moses, I think, is just God talking to Moses, and like, it's basically just Genesis. Joseph didn't get very far into it, I think, before he was taken to Carthage. Yeah, and then it goes into Noah's story. Yeah. So there's 5 chapters of we're in Abraham now. Oh yeah, there's the facsimiles. So facsimile number 1, facsimile from the book of Abraham, is someone on a table. It's supposed to be the guy sacrificing Isaac, but it's just someone taking a dude's organs out to put in the canopic jars under the table. And in the facsimiles, it numbers each item in the picture. Excuse me. And tells you what they are. So the little hawk in the corner here is the angel of the Lord. It is not. Yeah, it's pretty goofy. These are just funerary text. Sorry, there's that rant. Sorry about that. That was probably nonsense. It was nonsense. Also, when we read Abraham, was it Abraham or was it Moses? It was Abraham, chapter 3, right? In verse 1 of chapter 3, Abraham says he had the Urim and Thummim, which God had given unto him in Ur of the Chaldees. So the Urim and Thummim, it's real weird words. But basically, growing up Mormon, sorry, there's an ad break. We were taught that Joseph had translated the golden plates into the Book of Mormon by using the Urim and Thummim, which he found with the plates in the hill Cumorah under a big rock in a stone box. And there was also a chest plate and the sword of Laban. I don't remember who the chest plate belonged to previously, but the sword of Laban, the chest plate, the Urim and Thummim, and the golden plates. And growing up in Mormon seminary, which you take in high school and junior high, which you take as a period, it's just excused time for school, but you go like across the parking lot from the high school to go to seminary class, in which you receive religious instruction. I'm sure people know what seminary is. So yeah, basically since ninth grade to graduating high school, I had an excused period where I went across the parking lot to receive religious instruction, which, I could have taken a class for more credits or whatever, but it's fine. It's fine. Seminaries really teach you all the weird stuff, like Kolob and the Book of Abraham. They go in depth. Like every year, they cycle through the Old Testament, the New Testament, or the Old and New Testament, I think, the Book of Mormon, the Pearl of Great Price, and D&C. So, my first year of seminary, in ninth grade, I was still in junior high. That year was D&C, Doctrine and Covenants, where you learn about polygamy, all that stuff. Because the revelation for polygamy is in Doctrine and Covenants. It's still canonized scripture. They just don't do it anymore. But it's still very much Mormon doctrine. Anyway, why was I talking about that? Oh yeah, Urim and Thummim. So we're taught that Joseph used the Urim and Thummim to translate the golden plates. Like he put them in like spectacles, wore them like glasses, while wearing the breastplate, to translate the golden plates. Turns out he didn't do any of that, and South Park was right. He would put a really fancy, it was a pretty cool rock, like it'd be a rock. So Joseph, before all this golden plates, golden Bible business, he was a treasure digger. You'd hire him, and he would put this really cool rock that he stole from a different seer into his hat. It's this really cool. There's pictures of it online. The church has this vault that they keep all these church artifacts in, and they have his seer stone. It's this chocolate-colored rock. It's probably about the size of your palm, maybe. It's really smooth, like it looks polished almost, and it's got like concentric rings of different shades of brown. And he would put it in a hat, and he'd put his face in the hat, and he would read, and the rock would tell him, because you need to block out all the light so you can see what, and the rock would like to guide him to the treasure. So you'd pay Joseph and his employee. He worked for somebody else, I'm pretty sure, digging for treasure. This was like 1820s, so like it was pretty easy to get away with this stuff. Kind of. So you'd move to one city, and then you'd get everybody there to pay you to dig for treasure, and then obviously you didn't find anything, and then you just move to the next town and do that as long as you could. But you'd pay them a fee, and they put the rock in the hat or whatever, and then they'd be like, okay, it's over there, and then you go over there, and oh, oops, the gnomes or the angel shoved the treasure deeper into the earth, so we could keep digging, but it would keep being pushed further down into the earth, and we could never get it. Sorry, out of luck, buddy. And then they'd leave. And he was actually taken to court for this, in, I can't remember where. But he was let out on bail or something. I don't remember. We found the court documents a few years ago. It's pretty cool stuff. But anyway, he is a convicted con man. He went to court for it, at the very least. He was not sentenced to jail. They let him out on bail because he was poor. And they're like, well, all right. They let him walk on bail or something. I can't remember what the term is. But like, well, you're young and you're poor and you're kind of dumb. All right, just don't do it again, all right? It's like, okay. And then he went somewhere else and did it more. Anyway, Joseph actually translated the golden plates by the same method. He would put a rock in his hat and then read the words off the rock. He didn't even look at the plates. And then there was someone, I think it was his wife, for like a year or a short period of time, and then Oliver Cowdery, who he swindled into paying the money to publish the Book of Mormon. It was like 32 grand or something. I don't remember. I think that's the amount of copies printed. Wait. Yeah, so he did not translate the book of, like, there's an illustration of Joseph wearing the breastplate and these spectacles, smiling with a feather, writing words down. But no, he would sit there with the rock in his hat, and then he would just talk, and then someone would write it down, and then they printed it, and the printer was like, hey, there's like no punctuation in this thing and lots of spelling errors. I'm gonna fix them for you, all right? But he's like, hey, because there's so many errors in this text, I need you to bring it to me like when you're done, so I can like print it, because it takes a long time to set the text, all right? So yeah, a lot of, like, the first edition of the Book of Mormon has punctuation and fixed spelling because of the guy that actually like used the printing press that they hired. Otherwise, it'd be like a pickle for the knowing ones. If you don't know anything about that, it was written by some guy, and before he tried to get published, and they're like, "There's no punctuation here." Like, it's just one long rambling sentence, the whole book. The pickle for the knowing ones. And then they're like, hey, we're not going to publish it till you put periods in here at least. And then like the last like 2 pages are just periods, commas, quotations, parentheses, all these things. And he's like, here, put them in yourself. He was crazy. But it pretty much would have read like that, just one rambling sentence. But anyway, sorry. And there you go. your more of a history lesson, I guess. I'm no expert. I'm just trying to remember stuff. And I'm sorry if that triggered anybody. I know it can, as it bring up bad stuff. If you've left. Toto, if you're still here, I have the Twisty Pops. I've got them right here. All 24 of them. They're pretty big. So if you want me to eat one today, do it soon, because they're kind of big. I don't know about big, they're just kind of long. So it'll take longer than a Tootsie Pop to finish. Yeah, I'm sorry to these 10 people are listening to me ramble about this. I just find it interesting. Let me drink some water real quick. Alright, Toto. Let me get that for you. They did arrive today. All right. Yeah, what I read to you guys is Mormon scriptures, it's not from the Bible or anything. So, yeah. How do we get you open? And I wonder if these all taste the same. They don't have like flavors written on them. It just says Twisty Pop Swirl. Let me. The good, nice thing I like about these is that the stick is plastic, so it's not gonna get all soggy. Oh my goodness! Did you eat today, Tato? Sorry, it's a long day at the office. Hope you're able to get some rest. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. It doesn't smell bad. It's not inherently sticky, just touching it. Excuse me, sorry. It smells like those candy bracelet necklace things. It smells similar to those. I'm sure it tastes better. I hate those things because they're like, why would you wear that? If you get sweaty, it'll stick to your neck. Or if you're eating them, the string on the necklace or bracelet will get wet, and then you'll feel it on your wrist. I never liked those things. Yeah, I never liked those necklace candy things. They never tasted good either. But that's what it smells like. This one is mostly blue with red. Alright, Tata, here we go. Okay. That's not bad. Hi, Nighty. Hi, dear. How are you? Tastes pretty good. It's just generic fruity flavor. And it's twisty, so. How are you, Nighty? I hope you're doing alright. Hope your week's been okay for you. You missed my you missed my rant, like 40-minute rant about Mormonism. Yep. Because I was raised a Mormon boy. Okay, this actually tastes pretty good. Thank you, Toto. That's pretty good. You have a friend? Well, now you have two friends. Yeah, I talked about because that's a Mormon hymn. At least the tune is in a Mormon hymn. I don't know if the tune is original to that hymn, because there's a few hymns that are not. The tune isn't original. The lyrics are, but the tune isn't. And then, because there's a song, a Mormon hymn called "If You Could Hide to Kolob," and Kolob is the planet closest to the throne of God. And because it's all in the book of Abraham and Moses, which were supposedly writings, writings straight from Abraham and Moses themselves, translated from Egyptian papyri that Joseph Smith bought from a traveling salesman. He also bought the mummy for $6,000. He had to get all of his followers at the time to scrounge up enough cash. I'm not sure what 6K is in like today's money. It's not cheap. Yeah, and then it sent me on this ramble. I read like a chapter from the book of Moses where God shows up to Moses, and then Moses doesn't see God with his physical eyes. He sees him with his spiritual eyes and is transfigured. And God shows Moses like the whole earth, every single person, and then God leaves for a second. Moses passes out on the ground, and then Satan shows up and is like, "Hey Moses, why don't you worship me instead? I'm pretty cool." And Moses is like, "Shut up! You're weird. Where's your greatness? You didn't create the earth. Go away, get away from me." And then Satan gets upset, throws a tantrum, makes the earth quake a little, and then Moses gets a little scared, and he's like, "Get away from me, Satan. I'm on God's side." And then Satan stomps away. And then God comes back like, "Oh, hey, Moses, I'm proud of you, kid. Here's every single atom on the earth." Like Moses saw every single particle of the earth, discerned every single individual particle. Because at the time, I'm pretty sure that's before we discovered the atom. But and then Moses is like, "Hey God, you're really cool and you're really strong, but why did you make all this stuff?" I'm summarizing from what I remember. And then God's like, "Moses, I did it for my own purposes, because I did it because I wanted to. And I made planets without number." And then Moses is like, "But can you tell me how many you made?" And God's like, "No, because your little brain can't comprehend it, but I know the number. If I tell you, you'll like explode." Basically, that's what he said. And Moses is like, "Okay, all right, can you at least tell me about the waters and like all these people and nations that you showed me?" And then God's like, "Yeah, here you go." And then that's when he showed him every single particle of the earth. And then God's like, "Hey, you're gonna write this down in a book, right?" And he's like, "Well, people will take your words from your book or whatever, and they might believe you or not. But later, I'm gonna get another guy, and he's gonna write another book, and some people will believe him too." And yeah. And the last verse is like, Moses received this revelation on some mount, but the name of the mountain will not be known to the children of men. Do not show this to someone who is not already believing. And so, because I did that, I'm going to HE double hockey sticks, or Mormon HE double hockey sticks. As everything was made, yeah. So when I was growing up, I was taught that Moses saw me. He saw me for like a 0.1 seconds, and because there's so many people. But he saw me, looked me in the eyes, and he saw like everything. He saw the future. He saw cars. He probably was like, what is this thing? What is all this cool stuff? And because like it was exciting because I learned all this stuff when I was like 11, 12, maybe 13. It might have been 13, maybe 14. I don't remember. I was in ninth grade. um, But it's like, that's really cool. Moses, I want to see like everything. I want to see the present, past, and future. I want to see dinosaurs. Moses got to see dinosaurs. I want to see him. But yeah, it's all baloney. See everything? He saw every single particle of the earth. Every single particle. So, he saw everything, Nighty. He saw everything. Well, God probably didn't show anything to him that was like uncouth, like taboo, because like you can't be in God's presence if you're a sinner. So, you know, if you're not perfect, you can't be in God's presence. So he's probably just showed him all the stuff he made. Maybe, I don't know, he probably saw cars. God's like, hey, look at this cool thing. It's a metal horse. Or a metal donkey. Yeah. But as a kid, I was like, that's awesome. Well, this tastes really good, though. These twist pops. Yeah, good job. These taste pretty good. They smell like those candy bracelets, but they taste way better. Yeah. Yeah. So that was my 40-minute rant. But I'm glad you got your friend got away from it. It's crazy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, they don't teach you all that stuff till you're older. I don't know why. I didn't learn that till junior high and seminary. I think I remember growing up when I was like in primary. That's like 4 years old to like 11. Stories and how it talks about how everything started. But it's fun to listen. I find it interesting. It is interesting. Yeah, it is. It's just not real. But we only had like one lesson in primary about like the actual creation story and like the flood. And it's like, because growing up, you know, I loved the dinosaurs, right? And animals. And Noah's Ark had every single animal on it. That's pretty cool. I want to know more about that. But growing up, I only remember one lesson on the creation story that focused more on Book of Mormon stuff. Okay. So maybe it is that way. You heard a lot of stuff? Mm-hmm. I see. Like, the Bible was definitely important. But they only taught us, I only remember being taught the creation story in, like, Noah's Ark. Like, once. Maybe a few times. But that's the stuff that I found really interesting. Like, I remember when I was older, like the oldest, before a young man goes into, like, where the grown-up guys gather after a sacrament meeting, or like where you go and sit down in the pews and, like, sing hymns and people give talks, that kind of thing. Then after that hour, you go to, like, classes with your, like, age group. And when you turn 18, you go to the class with the old guys. It used to be that there was a separate group for, like, the really old guys called the high priests. And then when you turn 18, you became an elder. I know, 18 and you're called an elder. But when I was a priest, which is age bracket below elder, so it's like 16 to 17, 16, 18. We had a lesson on, I can't remember what it was, but so Doctrine and Covenants, the book of Doctrine and Covenants, is also just a lot of stuff Joseph had questions about, supposedly, and then prayed about it, and then God gave him an answer, because Joseph was restoring the one true church, right? So, and Joseph, I thought this was really cool. I was like, this is so cool, I want to know more about this. But basically, Joseph was like, hey, there's all these animals around here that we eat all the time and hunt and all this stuff. Do they have, like, well, I don't know what brought him to ask this question. But he's like, hey, God, do animals have souls? And God's like, yeah. They also have their own heaven and hell. And, yeah. They have stuff they have to do to get to their heaven. Their celestial glory. Or their outer darkness. And so, they're like, oh my goodness, that's crazy. Does that mean there's a penguin Jesus? Like, penguins have their own Jesus that they penguin crucify? I don't know. But, like, it was really exciting because it's like, oh my goodness, there's a thing each ant has to do before it's stepped on. Otherwise, it goes to ant, outer darkness, or the third degree of glory, which isn't hell, it's just sad heaven. It's like, oh my god. And then, does that mean ants have ant Jesus? Do they have, because they don't have ant God, they were created by God, right? But, like, that's a lot of ants. What does ant heaven look like? Is it just a big ant farm? I don't know. What about penguin heaven? Because there's different species of penguin, right? But at the time, it was like, well, what does a penguin have to do to get to penguin heaven? But yeah, Joseph answered the question, like, yeah, animals have, or asked, and God told him, animals have souls, yeah. Duh. So I was like, wait a second, does that mean there's penguin Jesus? And then my leader, my teacher that was teaching the lessons, like, well, we're not supposed to actually worry about that stuff. We're supposed to worry about this stuff we have to do to get to our celestial kingdom, our first degree of glory, right? The penguins worry about their own thing. And, but, like, it blew my mind. Like, there's penguin Jesus somewhere? Did that happen? Because Joseph was like, "Do they have souls?" And then God was like, "Yeah, and they have their own degrees of glory." I think, I remember thinking this. I don't know if it's like in this in the Doctrine and Covenants that they have their own degrees of glory that they go to. I can't imagine a penguin have to do too much to get to penguin heaven. Like, I mean, they still like. I mean, penguins, depending on the penguin, they're not very nice to each other, right? Depending on the penguin, right? I don't know. But like, T Rex Jesus. Yeah, it was like, it was super exciting. And then my teacher's like, well, don't worry about that. Worry about what you need to do to go to what we need to do to get to the celestial kingdom, which is the highest degree of heaven. Because Mormons, like people say the Mormons believe in hell. I never remember thinking that, because there's the celestial king, sea turtle, celestial, terrestrial, and telestial. The celestial is the highest degree of glory, and within the celestial kingdom is three separate rankings. And to get to the highest of the high in the celestial kingdom, you have to be married, be sealed, or have a Mormon wedding, be sealed in the temple, and have kids. That's it, pretty much. And be a good Mormon. Do all the Mormon things. Don't drink coffee because that'll keep you out of the temple. Pay your tithing, because if you don't pay your tithing, you can't get a temple recommend, which you need to get into the temple to get ordained, sealed to your spouse. And it has to be a lady if you're a guy. It has to be a guy if you're a lady. Otherwise, you know. Yeah, and then this love coffee. I've never had it. I've never had it. And the celestial kingdom is in the glory of the sun. And the terrestrial is like the middle of the two. That's like where you go if you were like a decent Mormon, right? Or like a really super great awesome person, but you weren't Mormon, but you were like a really 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 awesome person, maybe. And that's in the glory of the moon, even though the moon reflects the sun's light. And the third kingdom, the celestial kingdom, is where you go if you were just a dude. Like you were just a guy. You didn't do anything super crazy. Not anything super bad, right? But you weren't Mormon. Like if you were, yeah. And then there's outer darkness, where you go if you do you like witness Jesus, and you're like, no more, and then you don't believe in Jesus anymore. Like you witnessed Jesus. I was taught it's like where you go if you stop believing. So I was like, well, I can't stop believing then, because if I stop believing, I'm going to go to outer darkness where people gnash and gnaw their teeth, right? And wail all the time. But, like, you only go there if, like, you saw Jesus, I think. Like, if you've witnessed a miracle, or Jesus, or an angel, or God, or something. And then you're like, nope, don't believe him. Nope, nope, no thank you. And then you go there, I think. So basically, if you were just a good person, you were like the third rung on the ladder. You only really awesome Mormons that get married and have kids go to cool heaven, I guess. Yeah. Has your friend had coffee at 90? I haven't. I have the coffee from the MREs. Sorry, the sucker makes a weird noise because it's a swirl, so there's gaps when I suck on it, and then air gets through. Oh, it's like the straw. The stick has a hole in it. You gotta take to his hand to make him stop. Go for them, go for them. Right, so. Like, sorry, I don't know if I'm just gonna break into my deconversion story or something. I'm sorry if that happens. I don't mean to like drop the heavy bomb. But like when I was a kid, I just wanted to be a good boy, right? And like you have to keep the Sabbath, right? So you can't go play with friends on Sunday. You can go play with your cousins because they're family. And because we'd go to my grandparents a lot on Sundays to have like pot roast or something. So to me, the smell of pot roast or like pork chops, that's the smell of Sunday, and it's a good smell because those are they're cozy memories. Like not all of my memories growing up in this are bad. Like a lot of my family is in my neighborhood, so they're also in my congregation, right? Like my grandparents on my mom's side, and one of my uncles. And so I grew up in Sunday school or whatever on Sundays, being taught these lessons and things by like my uncle and my aunt, my grandma, my dad, and lots of nice people. But yeah, so anyway, there's this memory I have of one Sunday. It was like somebody's birthday party. It was we were celebrating someone's birthday, I think. Or we were going to go to my grandparents. But we didn't have any ice cream to bring with us, so we went down to the grocery store, just like down the road. It's like 2 minutes away. If the intersection's green, it's like 2 minutes. And my dad went in. We all got in the van. Like, okay, we'll go get ice cream. But it's like, but that you can't shop on the Sabbath because breaking the Sabbath, right? And I'm like not 4. I'm younger than 10, but older than like 5, because we moved out of my grandparents when my mom was pregnant with my sister, which was before 2004, or maybe in 2004. So I'm at least 5. And I remember sitting in like the seat behind my mom in the parking lot because my dad's the only one that went in. And I started bawling because I'm like, Mom, you can't shop on the Sabbath. You're breaking the rules. You can't do that. And then my mom's like, no, it's okay. It's okay. And it is okay. You can buy ice cream on Sunday. But when I was little, I was like, no, that's like the worst thing you can do. You're being bad. You're not doing what you were told. Because I just wanted to be a good boy. And then my dad came back and I was probably still crying. I was like, no, it's okay. We're getting it to go celebrate your grandma. I don't know if it was my grandma's birthday, but we're going to go get it to celebrate so-and-so's birthday. It's like, oh, okay. I calmed down once we got there because it was ice cream, I think. And when I was like little, when we were still living at my grandparents' house. So this is a few years before this, before the ice cream incident. Um, I have a Beanie Baby. It's an orange koala. I think it's from a line called like Puffkins or I can't remember what they're called. It was a line made for like babies because they're a little larger, and they were soft. They're softer than just a Beanie Baby. There's less beans in the Beanie Baby, and most of the beans are in like the hands or the feet, or in the butt of this line of Beanie. I don't know why I'm going into this much detail, but it's an orange koala. I still have him, named Pookie, and I lost him, and I was really sad. And my mom's like, well, you can pray about it, but you can't just pray and then sit there. If you pray for something, you have to work for it, because you won't just get it. God's not just gonna give it to you. So okay. So I sat down on my bed and I prayed real hard. And it's like, okay, well, I have to get up and look for him, because I already had looked for him. And then I'm looking around, and then I turn around, and he's sitting on one of those plastic filing cabinet things, you know, that have like 3 drawers. This one was blue, and it had like a red drawer, a yellow drawer, and like a green drawer. And Pookie was sitting on top of that. It was like, yay, it's Pookie. And I just had to turn around. But, or it was in the closet. I can't remember if it was in the closet or something else. But yeah, that taught me prayer works, right? So, years later, I'm in 2nd grade. I'm like 8 years old. And so I know that if you pray for something, you have to work for it. And you can do anything with prayer, right? So, in 2nd grade, I discovered
the Animorphs.
The Animorphs. That's the one where they turn into animals to fight aliens, right? It's got like 50 books in the series, right? They released like bi-weekly or weekly, and they can turn into animals, and I wanted to do that. So in 2nd grade, naive little me would when it was like story time, and we'd all like sit in the corner, and my teacher would read us like a picture book or something for a little while. I'd go and sit in the other corner between like the wall and the sofa or whatever. I'd like hide, and I'd sit there and I'd cross my arms and bow my head, close my eyes real tight. And because you can do anything with prayer, but you have to work for it if you pray for something, right? You can't just sit there and do nothing. So I sit there and I pray like the hardest little me ever could. Be like, God, Heavenly Father, please give me the power to turn to animals. I'll do it. I will use the power for good. I won't hurt anybody. I'll be real good. I'll be nice. And then like, I promise I won't be evil. I'll fight bad guys or something. I don't remember. I was like serious about this. And then I finished my prayer or whatever, and I'd sit there with my arms folded still, my eyes closed, my head bowed. Hi Maury, hi dear. How are you? Hope you're doing alright. Hopefully I can spell. Ooh. Sorry if I spelled this one. Okay, I spell it. Go follow Maury. Maury is a cute pie. Or a sweetie pie. Cute strimmer. Good strimmer. I'm good. I'm good. Just eating this sucker, this twisty pop, and rambling about my Mormon upbringing. Um. So anyway, I'd like every day. I'd sit in the same corner of the classroom in second grade, and I'd pray like the hardest I figured I could, and I'd be like, God, please, please give me the power to turn into animals. I'll fight the bad guys. I won't be bad. I'll use my powers for good. And I'd pray real hard for like a good few minutes, and then I just sit there and I think really hard about an animal, like a border collie, like the dog that's like, how about Timmy fell down the well, like that breed of dog. I don't know why I picked that one. That's just what I remember, because you pray and then you work for what you wanted, what you prayed for, right? Because faith without works is dead. Similar thing, I guess. But anyway, I think really hard about a border collie, because that's how it works in Animorphs. They think about the animal that they've made contact with and absorbed the DNA of, and then they transform into the animal. And then I'd sit there and like think real hard about a border collie, and I'd be like, I can feel my paws change. I can feel my hands changing, and I open my eyes, and then I'm just me. I was like, okay, I didn't pray hard enough. I didn't think hard enough about a border collie, and I'd try like every single day. In second grade, well, I did it for a while. I stopped at some point. I don't remember why. I was like, okay, I guess God doesn't want me to turn into animals. And then, yeah, so then I told my mom that a few months ago, and then I guess I hadn't told her that ever, and then she's like, oh, and then she like felt, and she did not, she felt bad, and she's like, is that why you don't go to church anymore? Like, no, it is part of why I don't go to church anymore. Yeah. I hope you're doing alright, Maury. Sorry if this is too heavy. Yeah. Yeah. So I never became an animorph. I couldn't turn. God didn't give me the powers to turn animals. But I've grow at up to that point. I figured you could do anything if you prayed for it. Because I found my lost Beanie Baby after praying. What's the other part? I guess I don't. Well, I guess it's compounding, like death by 1,000 cuts, I suppose. Like, if you talk to an ex-LDS person, a post-Mormon, whatever you want to call them, they refer to it like their shelf breaking, because if you have a doubt, you either just dismiss it, or you put it on your shelf, proverbial shelf, save it for later, put it away until your shelf is too heavy with doubts or information contrary to what the church taught you. Then your shelf breaks, and then it falls apart. So that would be one item on my shelf. Excuse me. But yeah, I guess I hadn't told my mom that. Up to that point, I thought I did. But yeah, I thought you could do anything with prayer. I found Pookie. But I just wanted to be a good boy. So like you get baptized at 8, because when you're 8, you can consent to being baptized and making a magic contract with God. Pretty much. And that's when you turn 8 and after you're after you're baptized. Well, no, when you turn 8, you're now accountable for your sins. Hi, Angela. How are you, Angela? Good to see you, dear. So, yeah, it was devastating to little 8-year-old me in 2nd grade. Yeah, so like in Mormonism, when you turn 8, when you're a baby, so Mormons, I don't think they don't believe in original sin. And I think it's because the eldest church teaches something like this, that you're born completely sinless. You're born clean because you're not at fault for the sins of your father. Pretty much. That's basically it. And Jesus is the what happened to him at the Garden of Gethsemane, however you pronounce it. I could never say it. When he bled from every pore, he covered that. He covered that, pretty much. I don't know where to put this sucker now. I can't. I was gonna try ear eating today, or eating the mic. I was gonna wrap it in like plastic wrap. I forgot to get some. We'll have to do that Sunday. I can do mouth sounds though. Sorry, my mouth's kind of dry. Yeah, it's something like that. And you're baptized at age 8 to so they can confer the Holy Ghost onto you, so the Holy Ghost can guide you. Because when you turn 8, you're then accountable for your own actions at 8 years old. I mean, at 8 years old, I don't know what you're supposed to, like, I was worried about, like, breaking a vase or something. That was, like, the worst thing you could do when I was 8. Something like that. It's very similar.
Angela, you're a very, very good girl. You're such a good girl.
I don't know what to do with this sucker. I threw away the wrapper. Shoot. I could put it on a tissue, but I don't want the tissue to I'll just put it on the tissue box. It'll have to sit there.
Angela, you're such a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. A very, very good girl.
Good girl. Such a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Good girl. Good girl. Thank you for the redeems, Angela. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. That's why Mormons are baptized at 8. If you're born into it. Because then they, you're baptized, then they lay their hands on your head or whatever, then you confirm, you're baptized and confirmed or whatever. And you receive the gift of the Holy Ghost, so he's with you or something. To help you make decisions now that you're accountable for your own actions and your sins count now when you're 8 years old. Excuse me, sorry about that. And yeah. So like, it's weird because like I did most of the stuff I did growing up to be good because I wanted to be good. I didn't want to get in trouble with my parents. I was on Star Wars. Oh yeah, I had other things to worry about when I was 8 years old. I wasn't worried about the fact that my soul was now at stake. That my sins counted now. Because like, what else is an 8-year-old gonna do? You know, like the worst thing you could do is get like grounded for stealing like sneaking a cookie or sneaking out of your room at bedtime. That's like the worst thing I did growing up. Or like not do homework. Yeah, so I wanted to be a good boy. And I thought I didn't even have like a choice in being baptized or not. I don't remember if I was asked if I wanted to be baptized. For power outage? Yeah. Right? Like, the fact that, you know, and some kids really, like, you can talk to post-Mormons, ex-Mormons, ex-LDS members, whatever you want to call it, and they're like, they have, like, really bad memories of being, like, awake at night, worried about their soul. At 8, we're pretty young anyway, and that's just not very good. But anyway, yeah, so I wanted to be a good boy, and I I was baptized and all this stuff. I don't remember if I was asked if I wanted to be baptized, I said yes, because I wanted to be good. And growing up, like the first Sunday of every month, that is designated as get that far. They have a testimony meeting, which is like, there's no like planned talks, so like the ward is led by a bishopric, the bishop and his first, second counselor, and they have a secretary, and they'll like give the agenda for the meeting or whatever, and then they usually ask people to give talks on Sundays, and that serves as our sermons. As in a Mormon church, the congregation gives the sermons. We don't have a designated guy that does that. It's all free labor, baby. And on testimony meeting, the first Sunday of every month, there's no planned talks. It's whoever feels like going up there and saying something, you do it till you fill the hour designated for a sacrament meeting. And then people bear their testimony or their belief in the church. And I never did that. I never would bear my testimony. No, at least not on on testimony meeting on the first Sunday of every month. It's a free for all. Anybody can go up there and like talk about whatever, as long as it's not bad to say in a church. And they'll bear their testimony. They'll be like, something really nice happened to me this week. I went in, I was prompted by the Spirit to go visit this sister. That she was actually having a hard time, and we had like a chocolate and we talked or whatever, and then they'll say like, I know the church is true. I know Joseph Smith was a prophet of God, and this is the true church, and the Book of Mormon is true, and all this stuff. And they say, in the name of Jesus Christ, amen. And then they get off the stage or whatever you want to call it. I don't know if there's probably a term for it. Then they walk off, and then there's silence for probably a minute, and then someone else will go up. It's usually old people, older people, and then sometimes it'll be like a little kid, and then they'll be standing there talking into the microphone, and their parents whispering in their ear, like, say this, no, the church is true, and it's kind of like gross, because they're like 4, and then the kid is like, the parent is like telling them this stuff. They don't even know what they're saying, probably. They just know people smile at them and say, good job, after they say it. And I don't ever recall bearing my testimony, because I was like, they're all just saying the same thing. That's not, I mean, they could say that. I wanted my own testimony, so I never bore it, because I'd just be repeating the same thing everybody else was saying, right? I know the church is true, the Book of Mormon is true, Joseph Smith is a prophet, the current prophet is prophet. So that there's a quote by a previous apostle or prophet of the Mormon Church that was like, testimony is found in the bearing of it. And I never liked that, because like, you're all just saying the same thing. I want my own testimony. But if someone asked me, like, if you believe this thing is true, like, yeah. But like, it was all the same. The testimonies were all the same. So I never bore it. Yeah, like, it's cute, because they're like, I love Heavenly Father. I don't, and they're like gripping the mic, and they're like, they're like eating it, you know. It's cute, but it's kind of like, it's gross, because they don't know what they're saying, you know. But yeah, I never bore my testimony. But like, I did all the stuff that you're supposed to. I thought I had to do it. I didn't think I had a choice. Like, when you turn 12, you're given the if you're deemed worthy, you have to go in for an interview with your bishop, and he asks you kind of pretty invasive questions about your chastity. Yeah, learn over time. Yeah. Let them learn it themselves and actually know what it means. They'll say it still when they're little, because, you know, they don't know what it means when they're 4. They just know they get smiles and head pats and maybe a treat later, because they said the words. They don't know what it means. But like, I never bore my testimony, I believed everything. I believed the church was true and all this stuff, but I didn't want to just regurgitate what everyone else was saying because it felt disingenuous to me. It didn't feel good to do that, because even though some apostle or prophet said that the testimony is found in the act of bearing it, because you say something enough times, you'll believe it. But I wanted to find my own, and I don't think I ever did. I believe the church was true, right? Yeah. I mean, when I was a kid praying for animal transformation powers, I was earnest. But obviously, that's not gonna happen. But yeah. Yeah, that's the first Sunday of every month. Then the rest of the Sundays, someone in the bishopric or something, or there's a designated guy that asks people to give talks. And then the congregation, it's like 2 people, maybe 3, maybe 4, if it's like 2 youths giving a talk, because there need to be like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, right? And then the adults usually give a longer talk because they have to fill more time. But it could be like a visiting person from the stake presidency. Stake presidency resides over a group of congregations in a geographical area. And sometimes they'll visit, they usually visit a ward every so often, and they'll give a talk after everybody else. And they're always long, super long. And but anyway, when you turn 12, you become a deacon, or if you're deemed worthy at 12, because you have to go in for a bishop's interview with your bishop is like the leader of your ward, your congregation, and you ask you a bunch of pretty invasive questions. Hi Joshua, hi dear, how are you? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm just ranting about my Mormon upbringing while eating this sucker. We'll call it a night after this sucker's gone. Well, this sucker actually tastes pretty good, Tento. You did a good job with these. They taste good. Nice and fruity, just generic fruit. Oh, like kind of fruity. It tastes like nothing, no fruit in particular. It's probably just sugar. Well, it tastes good. Why are you blushing? But when you turn 12 and you're deemed worthy, if you're a boy, if you're male, you are given the Aaronic priesthood. And that means you can pass the sacrament in sacrament meeting. Pretty much. That's pretty much all it means. It's the extent of what you can do when you're a deacon. And then that's ages 12 to 14. When you turn 14, you go in for another interview with your bishop. And asks you all this stuff, like if you think the church is true, if you're clean chastity-wise, which is pretty gross because you're in the room alone with the bishop. And he's probably at least 35, asking you if you cook the hot dog. I don't know, it's euphemism. One squat, 2 squats, 3 squats, 4 squats, 5 squats. Oh, that's the cord on my fan. That my chair's getting caught on. But I mean, I didn't know you could say. It's so awkward. Yeah, it's uncomfortable when you're a teen. Um, now, they 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 the church says you can, if the um, if the kid wants, they can have their parents sit in the room with them, just in case. Some parents would want that. I would want that if some adult man was asking my child those questions. But anyway, when you turn 14, you're ordained a teacher, and the teachers, you still have the Aaronic priesthood. But when you're in the office of a teacher, that's ages 14 to 16. Or 14 till you turn 16. And then teachers, they prepare the sacrament. They set out the trays, and they put the bread on the trays, and then they fill the water cups on the water trays. And they make sure like the sacrament cloth on the thing looks good. And that's about it. And then they still help pass the sacrament if there's not enough deacons. And then when you turn 16, go in for another interview. And then you're ordained the office of priest. And when you're a priest, the bishop is it's the priest's quorum president as well as bishop. So the bishop, so after sacrament meeting, you go. Oh goodness, sorry about that.
Sorry, I got too excited. I talk with my hands, and I smacked the mic. Sorry.
Hopefully that wasn't too loud. Anyway, so after second meeting, when you're a priest, you go into the bishop's office and have your lesson with another leader and stuff, and with his second council or whatever. Anyway, then when you turn 18, or when you're a priest, you can pass the sacrament, prepare the sacrament, and then bless the sacrament. And you have to say the prayer for the sacrament right, otherwise you have to say it again. And it was really stressful, because you have to kneel down and you open this little plate in the sacrament table, and you talk into this mic embedded in the table, and you got your squeaky teenager voice being broadcast to everyone sitting in the pews. It's stressful. It is. And then when you say it wrong, so when you say it, you look up to the bishop who's sitting in his seat parallel to the table or whatever, and then he nods yes or no. If he nods yes, then you stand up and then you break the bread or whatever. It's stressful. It was stressful. I did not like doing it, but I usually had to, because growing up, it was like I was like the only boy in my age group. The rest were girls. There were like a couple boys when I was younger in my class, but then they moved away or whatever to different wards, and they moved away, and then they had to move to a different ward. So it's just me. So when I became a priest, or when I turned 16, it was me and like three other people that were 16. So I usually had to bless the sacrament every week. And now, and then there were other wards where they have plenty of priests, and like, you could go weeks without having to bless the sacrament. I had to do it like every week, and I hated it. But yeah, and then when you turn 18, you're ordained an elder, apparently. So when I turned 18, that was like 2018. So like, I never did, for some reason. Well, I think I would go to class with the elders when I was 18, because when you're 18, you can still stay with the priests, but I would go with go to class with my dad because he was older, and I never went through the interview or whatever to be ordained an elder to get the Melchizedek priesthood, which lets you give people blessings. But when you're a priest, you can still baptize for some reason. I don't know why. I forgot to mention that because I baptized my sister when I turned 16 because I was born 2000. She was born in 2008, maybe 6. So when she turned 8, the year she turned 8, I would turn 16. Excuse me. So I have baptized someone. I baptized my sister when she turned 8. And my dad was real excited about it. I was like, I do not want to do this. But I did anyway. Because she wanted me to. But because when you turn 12, you go through the thing, and then you're ordained a deacon, then you're ordained a teacher, then you're ordained a priest. So I was like, well, you're just supposed to do this. You have to do this. This is what you have to do. And then I remember I turned like 18, and my bishop was like, I think you should go start taking lessons with the elders now. Okay, because I got to go sit next to my dad in class. That was cool, because my dad's cool. I like my dad. And I enjoyed the discussion that the older people would have. I found it informative at the time. I enjoyed it. But I missed my friends. But anyway, my dad was like, oh yeah, do you want to become an elder? It's like, what? Aren't I just supposed to? He's like, no, you can decide. It's like, oh, okay. And then I was like, well, and then I never did. Because like, well, I did all this stuff because I thought you're supposed to. I was told to. And now they're saying I can choose. I guess it threw me for a loop. And then like the next year was 2020, and then we stopped going to meeting at the church building, and it was like over Zoom. I was like, well, okay. And then so I hadn't gone to church for like 2-3 years or whatever till like last year or 2022. I hadn't gone to like physical church for like 3 years. And I hadn't read my scriptures. I wasn't doing all that because you're supposed to read your scriptures and stuff, so you like keep your testimony or whatever. And then I like thought about church because it made me feel guilty because you're a teenage boy, and you cook your hot dog, and that's like really bad to do as a Mormon, and it makes you feel guilty. And you're supposed to confess to your bishop. I never did that, so it's just like, well, doing this makes me feel guilty, and when I read my scriptures, it makes me sleepy, and I don't understand the words. It's hard to read, so I just stopped. And then I guess we'll just go into when it happened, I guess. So I guess this also ties into why I'm doing this now, how I ended up streaming. So I met a streamer. I joined their Discord, which was like new to me because it was like 2020. It was like the tail end of 2020, I think, beginning of 2021, and then that's how I met Evelyn, because Evelyn was is on that Discord as well. So I was like, because then I started talking to Evelyn. I feel like I was probably annoying. But anyway, I was talking to Evelyn. And, I guess this is important. So, Evelyn is gender fluid. pretty sure. As far as I can remember, I think that's the term that they told me. I think. But at the time, they considered themselves trans. And, like, as a Mormon, that's like, whoa. You're not supposed to do that. That's bad. Or anything. But it had been so long since I went to church. I just wanted to talk to someone, I guess. And, so anyway, we started talking. I binged Attack on Titan in, like, a week. So I could talk to Evelyn about it. Anyway, and Evelyn is atheist. At the time, I still was believing. And then Evelyn would, like, link me, like, videos from, like, R and Raw and the Owen Morgan, the ex-Jehovah's Witness guy. And I wouldn't watch them because it was, like, bad. Because they were, they're atheist. And I don't know why. I grew up kind of, like, because when you grow up Mormon, you're taught that people with the priesthood have the gift of discernment, which lets them, like, know if someone's lying or if they're a good person. So it's like, well, because when I do the worthiness interviews with my bishop, I would be like, no, I haven't done anything bad. I haven't looked at porn. And like, but they know I have. But they, anyway, they were like, okay, cool. But I felt awful because they can tell I'm lying, because I have the power of discernment. So I guess I just grew up paranoid, thinking everybody knew what I was thinking. Because I just figured Evelyn knew I was Mormon somehow, and was sending me these videos, already knowing I was Mormon. And then I actually watched one of the videos Evelyn linked me. I think it was an R and Raw's video about the flood. One of his many videos about the flood. And that led me to Owen Morgan, who reacted. This is how it happened. I don't remember the date. This mic gets heavy. Sorry. But Owen Morgan reacted as a video where he reacted to this very sweet Mormon lady who I believe is out of the church now, but she reacted to the South Park episode about Joseph Smith. The one where he goes, dum 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 dum, right? And there's the part where I don't know what brought me to watch it. I was like, whatever. If it's true, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna watch the video, and I was curious. So I watched the video of Owen Morgan reacting to this lady, this very sweet but very Mormon-looking girl, reacting to one of South Park's Mormon episodes, the one about Joseph Smith. And there's a part where he's like, because in the episode, I think a Mormon family moves next door to one of the South Park characters' family's house, and the character's dad's like, we're Mormon now, or something. And they invite the nice Mormon family over. They're all blonde. And they're telling the South Park characters the story of Joseph Smith. And he's like, he dug holes all morning because an angel told him to go dig for the golden plates or whatever, and all this stuff. And the poor girl was like, no, he didn't dig around all morning. He knew where to go. I was like, okay, that's sure. And in the episode, Joseph Smith looks in the hat. He's like, he did, and I was taught he did not do that. He had special rocks that he wore like glasses with a breastplate. But he looked in a hat. And then because they talk about so Oliver Cowdery, his Oliver Cowdery's wife was very skeptical of Joseph for good reason. But Oliver was a very susceptible man. Sniffs. Okay, sorry, Rory. I was ranting. I'm almost done with the sucker.
I will continue after the sniffs. Amari, you better smell like a buck.
Sorry, I can't do the sniffs too long. It makes me lightheaded. But yeah, so this is like maybe like a year or like a few, like at least 6 months after Evelyn and I started dating. And I just figured Evelyn knew that I was Mormon, or I grew up Mormon, because I grew up paranoid. Everybody knew what I was thinking. So I just figured Evelyn knew somehow. But anyway, so I'm watching the video, and I'd never seen the South Park episode because I wasn't allowed to watch South Park. I wasn't even allowed to watch Simpsons or anything like that, and I was never interested in watching The Simpsons. So Oliver Cowdery's wife was very skeptical of Joseph, and she would not get off Oliver's back. And Oliver was like, Joseph, please let me take this manuscript home so I can show my wife, so she'll leave me alone. She'll stop bugging me, because she's like, she does not want me to give you the money for to hire the printing press. She does not like you. She wants to see it. And Joseph's like, okay, I'll ask God. This is the story taught to me by the church. So Joseph goes and prays, God, can I let Oliver take the manuscript home, the translation home, to show his wife? And God's like, no way. And Joseph's like, sorry, Oliver, no dice. God says no. Oliver's like, oh, Joseph, please ask one more time. Please ask again, please. Oliver's like, and Joseph's like, oh, fine. He asks again. God says no. Oliver's like, Joseph, I need to take this home to my wife so she'll stop yelling at me. And just like, fine. God, you're so annoying. I imagine Joseph was annoyed because Oliver kept asking. And God's like, fine. You can do it. And Joseph's like, and Oliver's so he's relieved. He takes it. It's called the missing 115 pages. It's like the first 115 pages of the Book of Mormon. The first book in the Book of Mormon. It's like the first 115 pages. Which are lost to time now. They were about the prophet Levi leaving Jerusalem to go sail across the ocean to the Americas. From Israel, Jerusalem, or whatever. I can't remember. Anyway, that's what it was about. And Joseph's like, here, take it home, but bring it back. And Oliver's like, okay, thank you, Joseph, thank you. And he takes it home to his wife. And his wife's like, this is awful. This doesn't make any sense. And then the pages disappear. She probably burned them. They have not been found since. If they ever do surface, that'd be ridiculous. But she probably burned them. And Oliver was like, "Why'd you do that?" Well, now, if Joseph can replicate them, we'll know he's a prophet. We'll know he's telling the truth. And so Oliver goes back to Joseph, because Oliver was Joseph's scribe. And Joseph, of course, doesn't write this stuff down before he tells Oliver it so he can write it down. He looks in the hat and just spouts nonsense, right? Something like that. I imagine that that's what something similar to that. When they first started translating the golden plates, and Joseph's like, "Oliver, God told me not to do that. And now that you've lost the papers, he's taken away my power to translate." And Oliver's like, "Oh no." So, and then and God sealed this portion of the book so it cannot be translated again, or something like that. So instead, the first 115 pages were about the prophet Levi and his family, him getting a revelation that Jerusalem was going to be destroyed. It was like 600 BC or something like that. That's what the Book of Mormon claims, anyway. And then they sail across the world to somewhere in the Americas. Apologists still debate if it's upstate New York where Joseph lived, or if it was in like the Yucatan or like South America. I think apologists now say it was like Mesoamerica. It never happened, but anyway. So Joseph's like, "Well, God took away my power to translate, and for a while, and it's your fault, Oliver. But luckily, Levi's son basically wrote down the same stories. It's just from his point of view, so they can't say that I can't translate it again because God took away this part that we already translated. I can't translate it anymore because God's told me I can't. So now I'm translating this part written by Levi's son. That's basically verbatim the same story, but from a different point of view. So, gotcha." And then I remember watching South Park, this video by Owen Morgan reacting to a Mormon reacting to South Park. Sorry, Rosie. Sorry, Rosie. Sorry, I'm just rambling about my Mormon upbringing and subsequent deconversion a few years ago, like 2 years ago. It wasn't last year. It was the year before that. More?
You guys are so needy.
More lore. Okay. So basically, and then it's like, yeah, and then then it goes. Then the South Park episode goes back to the two families sitting in the couch, and then the South Park character, like one of the main characters, like, "That means you made it up," and then they're like, "What? No, it doesn't." And then the girl's like, "Yeah, it doesn't. That doesn't mean. How does that mean he made it up?" And then Owen Morgan said something. It's like, oh. And then it's like the end of Halo 4 when Cortana saves Master Chief in space or whatever, in like that little blue box thing in space, and then like the ship starts collapsing around him, like debris starts falling past his head, like his world is crashing down. That's what happened to me. That's what it felt like. Like, oh, wait a second, that does mean he made it up. And then like that, the rest of that afternoon, or the rest of the day, I just absorbed as much of this stuff as I could. I watched a bunch of more of Owen Morgan's videos. I watched it because he used an ex Jehovah's Witness, but then he made a series with an ex Mormon on YouTube. That's part of like The Line, which is like a call-in show where you can talk to like people, like LGBTQ people and like atheists and stuff. Anyway, because they did a series comparing the two on the BITE model, which is the model to determine if an organization is a cult. And I'm out of it. Yeah, I don't believe it anymore. And I like absorbed as much of this stuff as I could in that evening. Like I was shaken. Like they call it the dark night of the soul. Is the term for it? It's more like the dark afternoon, because it happened in the afternoon, I think. But like I absorbed as much of this stuff as I could. It's like, well, if that's not true, how much else have I been lied to about, you know? So, yeah. One, two, three, 4, 5. Oh my goodness. What was that? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, fan. I just dragged my fan across the floor. Ready to go too? Yep. Yep. It's great. What the frick? What the? But no. No, little Zowie. I think that's the biggest raid ever. Oh, good. I can't spell. Oh, I can't type now. Did I spell that right? Oh, thank you, Thorn. Did I spell it? Is that right? Oh no, not raid. No, it's not raid. Oh no. Oh my goodness. No raid. Don't raid. Oh, thank you, Thorn. Thank you so much for the raid. Holy, this guacamole. Holy, spread me on a crack and call me breakfast. Oh. Sorry if I'm loud. Sorry if I'm loud. Thank you. Is it Zammy? Zammy, thank you so much. Thank you. You do ASMR too? How was stream? How did it go? Was it good? Sorry, I was talking before. Sorry. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Okay, hold on. The Silent Crusader. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Zammy. You're a variety streamer. Okay. It was like Rocky Coom 6. That's a nice name, Rocky Coom. I like that. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you for coming with the raid. Oh my gosh. You're a variety streamer. Night. Thank you so much for the raid, Sammy. Thank you. Hello. Hold on. There we go. Hello, I am Ketchup the Bear, just your local Teddy variety streamer. I don't know if I've ever had this many people before. Um, um, uh, uh, sorry, I talk with, I'm just, okay. Um, um, I, I do ASMR like this every Wednesday and Sunday evening. And the rest of the week we play games. No. No. Okay. Um, and the rest of the week we play games. Weekdays that aren't Wednesday. We play games. Tomorrow we're playing more Baldur's Gate 3. Friday we're playing some Koromon. And Saturday we're playing Stardew. Because if I don't play Stardew at least once a week, my mod will shank me. But oh my goodness. Stardew is so fun. We're in our you play once a week too. Nice, nice. I need to catch that. Um, yeah. We're in our we're in our third year. We just started. We're like close to finishing summer. Our third summer.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Zammy, do you have a favorite trigger? I would be happy to do it for you. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Rocky, if you have a favorite trigger, let me know. I'd be happy to do it for you. And Crusader, if you have a favorite trigger, let me know. Kisses, those are my favorite. Those are my favorite too. Now let me drink some more. Okay. I'm sorry, you caught me. Near the end of my, excuse me, my Mormon deconversion upbringing thing. Sorry, I was okay. I'll keep it. I'll keep it up. Whatever. I usually don't stream this late. I've only been going this long because I'm eating this sucker, like a twisty pop, and I've just been going till it's gone, and I've just been talking about my Mormon upbringing. Do whatever ones you like. Okay. I'll probably just do some smooches. I do have a smooch redeem. It's only one per person per stream. But if you want more besides that, just ask. You can make me do squats. Yeah. Excuse me, sorry.
Please don't worry about sticking around, Tammy. Please go take care of yourself. Get some water, stretch. Don't worry about. Get some food. Don't worry about sticking around. Please go take care of yourself. Thank you so much for the raid. It means a lot. Yeah, I think you broke me. I think you broke me. Thank you so much. Thank you. It means a lot. No. the raid. I appreciate it very much. I've never had this many people before. Or a raid of that size. Yeah. Yeah, it means a lot. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I usually end like at 2.5 hours, so I guess that's a good thing I'm going this long. Thank you so much, Sammy. Thank you. Thank you. I will return the favor. Hopefully sometime soon. If I can catch you live. Thank you. Sorry, another weird throw noise. That's all.
Tato, thank you for gifting a sub to Sammy. Thank you. Sammy, you now have access to the Twinkie emote. It's Tato's favorite emote. The follower emotes are all by me. And scoffs. What do you mean scoffs? Me in a soup can. Oh, the Twinkie. Yeah. The me in a can was drawn by a friend, Ketchup the Dragon. I hope you enjoyed the emotes. Thank you for gifting us up to Sammy Tato. Thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot. And thank you for being so cute, Sammy. Thank you. Okay. Okay. I think I've calmed down a little here. Just a itty bitty bit. Mostly. Thank you, Tato. You have more? Do you have a collection? Please, I can delete it if you want. Hold on. Now I can pin it. I don't know how. I can time you out. I don't know how to delete a specific message. I don't know if Thorn is here. I don't know how to do that. Just right then. Okay. Oh, your smooches? You haven't redeemed your smooches yet? Surprising. Okay. Okay. Let me drink some water real quick. Best for last. Well, I don't know how much longer I have left of this sucker. We might end up going to 4 hours. Probably not. It is heckin' late. Thorn's probably asleep. Thorn probably went to bed. She's probably mad at me for going so late. Good girl, Maury. Okay. Okay. Thank you for being here, Maury. I'm sorry to listen to me rant for 2 hours. I'm sorry. I didn't do many like actually ASMR things.
Maury. Maury, you're a very, very good girl. You're such a good girl. You're such a good girl. A very, very good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, relaxing. Okay. I'm glad. I feel like I got to it because I didn't raise my voice too much. Talking too loud, I don't know. The conversation, okay, okay. I'm glad. That's good, that's good. Thank you for being here, Maury. I always appreciate seeing you. You worked very, very hard today. And I'm so very, very proud of you. Thank you for being here. You're cutie patootie.
Sorry. Good girl. Sorry, had to clear my throat. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Such a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. A very, very good girl. 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 You're such a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Good girl. Good girl. Such a good girl. There you go, Maury. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you so much. Hope that was alright for you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. There's not much of this twisty pop left. I hope. Unless you guys distract me a bunch. It shouldn't be too much longer. Maybe 10 more minutes. Did you eat today, Maury? Teto, did you eat today? I hope you guys eat today. It's important. A lot more than usual today. Oh, nice. I hope it was yummy. Ate some cookies at the office. Is that all you ate, Teto? Teto. My problem with this sucker. Yeah, that's the derp. The derp. I drew those in MS Paint. Boop, hi Barry. How are you? Hope you're doing alright. Good to see you. Now, I think I finished that specific part of my lore, I guess. The catch-up lore. I think I finished that. I think unless anybody's got questions. Oh yeah, so I figured Evelyn knew I was Mormon at the time because, again, I grew up paranoid, thinking everybody knew what I was thinking all the time because of the power of discernment given to um, people with leadership positions in the church, like my bishop and young men's leaders. So I figured people just knew what I was thinking. Evelyn did not know what I was thinking. So I and I hadn't told her I was Mormon for some. I don't know why. I just didn't. I guess I don't remember. But after that day, my dark night of the soul, I told Evelyn that I grew up Mormon. She said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know much about, but I know it's a cult." It's like, yeah. Actually, I was until like last night. He's like, what? What? Yeah. And I was like, why didn't you tell me? I was like, I thought you already knew. So, yeah. And I guess the rest is history. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. I'm good. I'm good, Barry. Um, can you hear me? There's an ad break currently. It's OBS is telling me there's an ad break. Oh, you can? You might be hit with an ad break. Oh, your turbo. Okay. Okay. I'm good. I did not mean. I didn't expect to go this long. But these Twisty Pops that Teto gifted me on the throne take much longer to get through than a Tootsie Pop. And yeah, I rambled for a good 2 hours. It was 2.5 hours about my Mormon upbringing and my deconversion, I suppose, or deconstruction. I guess deconstruction's a better word, maybe. But how are you, Barry? Should I ever call it? I'm glad. I was worried I was talking too loud. Got too excited. And Zami raided us, and it broke me. It's the biggest raid I've ever had. How are you, Bear? Did I ask how you are? I'm sorry if I did. I have the memory of a goldfish. My goodness. Oh, Tessa, what kind of cookies were they? What kind of cookies? Oh yeah. You know who Teto is, Teto. I'm gonna tip sometimes patients bring a fruit. Okay. Cute. My favorite cookie is oatmeal raisin. Mercy offerings. I know. I know Teto. Yeah, I've still never had coffee. I've had tea. I even had black tea, which I grew up not being able to have. I've um I think I was told we could have like herbal teas because it's just leaves. But we couldn't. I don't know why we couldn't have black tea. I guess looked too similar to coffee. Go please. Okay, Barry. Or bear. Which would you prefer? Would you prefer girl or bear? Girl bear? Bear girl? Have fun with it. But it's a redeem for you.
Barry. Barry. You're a very, very good girl. And a very, very good bear. Good girl. Good bear. Good bear. Good girl. Sorry, weird throat noise. Good bear. Good bear, Barry. Good girl, Barry. I'm so very proud of you. You work so heckin' hard. I'm very proud of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. It's always a treat to see you. You're a very, very good girl. A very, very good bear.
Good girl. Good bear, good bear. Good bear, good bear. Such a good bear. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Good girl. Such a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Good girl, good girl, good bear. Good bear, good bear, good bear, good bear, good bear, good bear, good bear. There you go, Barry. Hope that was alright for you. Thank you for the redeem. Oh, it was great. I'm glad. No, go follow Barry. Go follow Barry. Barry is a fellow bear and a sweetie pie. A cutie patootie. They did not agree with my Kit Kat opinions, but that's okay. That's okay. Oh, I'd spoil the heck out of all you guys if I could. I'm not spoiling you. It's not spoiling. Here, have a butterscotch. It's just a shout out. It's not spoiling you. It'd be spoiling you if I gave you like 3 more. Go follow Barry. Barry's a cute pie. I remember my mom didn't like it if because my grandma would like to spoil us. Both my grandmas like to spoil us. But especially when I was little, because we go visit my grandma and grandpa on my mom's side, and I'd be like, "Grandma, I'm hungry," and then she said, "Well, we can get you some of this, or do you want some of this?" And my mom would be like, "No, they're fine," because she did not want to inconvenience my grandma. I remember, Barry, Sorry, Teto. I don't know why black tea is forbidden. So we can't have coffee because of the word of wisdom, which Joseph wrote um, because they'd in the early years of the church, they'd meet at Joseph's house or wherever Joseph and Emma, his wife Emma, were staying, and they'd chew tobacco and drink or whatever. And this is what I was told or taught. I don't know if I was taught this in church, if I learned this later. I don't remember. But the guys would. You're too harsh on yourself. Oh. Barry, I'll call you a good girl whenever you want. Don't be too harsh on yourself. I feel like we're all too harsh on ourselves. Treat yourself, please. But they'd spit the tobacco out right in the spittoon, and they'd miss, and then Emma would have to clean the floor. And Emma got tired of cleaning the floor and was like, Joseph, can you do something about this? And Joseph was like, sure, why not? Or whatever. But if I can't have tobacco, you can't have coffee. So he wrote the word of wisdom. It's like, abstain from hot drinks, only eat meat in times of hardship or in winter. And you have to follow the word of wisdom to get your temple recommend, which gets you into the Mormon temple, so you can get your saving ordinances and do baptisms for the dead, and so you can make it to the highest degree of glory in heaven. And so you have to abstain from coffee and hot drinks. We can have hot chocolate or whatever. And growing up, like, why can't we have coffee? Why what's so bad about it? It's like, oh, because it's got caffeine in it. So what it used to be, because it was hot, and like, I guess hot drinks were, Joseph thought they were bad. I guess I don't know why. But coffee's the one that got singled out for some reason. And to explain why you can't have coffee, because it's nonsensical, they're like, oh, it's because of the caffeine. Caffeine's bad for you. But there's plenty of, like my dad and my sister, they love Mountain Dew and Dr. Pepper, which has caffeine in it. So it's not because of the caffeine. So it's just nonsense. And I don't know. I don't know if it was like a fact. I think it was just a family thing. It was like, yeah, you can have herbal tea, because my grandparents on my dad's side would drink herbal tea if they were like sick or something. So, because my grandma's all about that kind of thing, like essential oils and stuff. So, but I never wanted it. I wanted juice, or like root beer. But like there are Mormons out there that are like, no, you can't have Coke. Like there's a song that you sing when you're younger, like, choose the right when a choice is placed before you, and kids would make a parody. It's like, choose the Sprite when a Coke is placed before you, that kind of thing, because Coke has caffeine in it. And like, yeah, it's like, I can't watch like PG-13 movies. Yeah, something like that. I don't know why black coffee. I just remember like, oh, you can have herbal teas. Like, well, what's the? I didn't know the difference between herbal teas and whatever we weren't supposed to drink. It's like, okay, because like, so like growing up, you're like, oh, it's like just as bad as drinking alcohol or something like that. It's bad for you. Like bad people drink coffee because you grow up in this bubble. You don't know any better. I grew up thinking that everybody in the whole world went to my church when I was like 3, because I was like 3, and those were like the only people I knew. And there was a lot of people going down those halls in church after the main meeting in the cultural hall. It's like, oh, this is everybody in the world, because you're a naive 3-year-old. But yeah, you didn't know any better. If we're born into it, you don't know any better. But I'm glad I can help you, Barry. You can redeem that again if you'd like. Yeah, I can't tell you why black tea specifically. I was just told, oh, you can have green tea, but not black tea. I think it was black tea. It's dumb. It's dumb, because the Word of Wisdom also says you only eat meat in times of hardship or winter. And Mormons don't do that. They have neighborhood barbecues like every summer and stuff like that. So alright, okay. Don't expect much. Ada. Thank you for the redeem, Barry. Thank you. Was good? Okay. I don't have a deep mommy voice or a deep daddy voice for that matter either. So I do my best though. Oh, this is good? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. A lot of my memories of growing up in a church are very pleasant. They're warm because I grew up around extended family, my mom's side. When my uncles on my dad's side lived in Wyoming, so we saw them maybe twice a year. But like I grew up being taught lessons by my aunt and uncle, my grandma, my parents, and like everybody else in the ward. They like help raise me, so I don't like resent any of them or anything like that. It's just the church itself, not the people. Yeah. You have any other questions, Teto, or anybody else? If not, that's okay. Oh, Teto DM'd me on Discord. Are you still here, Teto? Inquire? Okay. I can answer that on stream. Let me drink some water first. Okay. Well, let me decide for sure. Let's see. Well, how did my family tell you? I haven't told them. Like, I haven't come out of the post-Mormon closet, I guess. But they don't make me go to church or anything. They probably have figured it out, like my brother. Pretty sure I told them. I know that my parents love me, but I just haven't felt the need to tell them yet, because they haven't been forcing me to do church things. Like, the last church thing I went to was like the Christmas dinner thing, and that was actually a good time. But made me decipher, sure. Finding out that I was lied to, I guess, would be the big thing. Like watching that Owen Morgan's video about the South Park episode of him reacting to a Mormon reacting to it. Like, it's just not true. And I don't judge anyone for staying or being religious. I think if it helps you and it doesn't hurt anybody, go for it. I am unbothered by it. But I think you can be a good person without being religious. Because growing up Mormon, you're told that that Mormons have like exclusive rights to being like truly happy, because you have the gospel, and that's true happiness. Like, apostates or people that aren't Mormon, they might appear happy, but that happiness is only temporary. It's like, yeah. And then I graduated high school, and my grandma drove me out because a guy, a gentleman in her ward, owned the Radon Begone, the Radon company, the radon mitigation company I worked for. Pretty nasty, right? Right? The radon mitigation system installation company that I worked for. That was my first job, crawling through crawl spaces. And like pretty much everyone I worked with, except for like my boss, was not Mormon, and they drank and chewed tobacco. So like they were a little prickly. One of them was pretty prickly, but he was nice. He was a nice guy. One of them was just pretty weird. But one of the guys I worked with was a returned missionary, and he was pretty nice. He was nice. He was nice. 1 second. Um, but yeah, so I work with these people that were not Mormon. They swore. They listened to music with swears, and I was like, these aren't bad people. That's silly. Why do people say that? People that are Mormon or apostates or excommunicated people aren't happy. These people are happy. They're nice. They're not weird. They're not scary. Well, they're kind of scary, but because they yell at me. But that's because I didn't know anything about the job. They hired me. The guy that hired me quit or was fired like a few months later, and I think the guy that owned the company thought that the guy that hired me figured I knew stuff about installing radon systems, and I knew nothing. So he just assumed that I knew how the job works. Like I knew what an 8mm bit was, and I did not know. I'd need a refresher now, but yeah, they were not bad people. So it's like, well, people outside the church aren't bad people. They might chew tobacco, but that doesn't make them bad. That kind of thing. So, like I said, my shelf broke. I put all this stuff on my shelf. It was, I don't know if I could attribute it to answer your question. Trying to answer your question about what made me decide for sure. I don't know if it was one specific thing. It was a bunch of little things that built up since I couldn't have memories. That then consequently broke my shelf, and it all crashed to the floor. Like, of course, there was the South Park video thing was the thing that like broke it. That like actually was the last thing that like just shattered my shelf, or broke the camel's back, however you want to say it. So I don't know if I can attribute it to like one thing. It was mostly just a buildup of all these things that I've been thinking about as long as I can remember. Like finding out that prayer can't do everything. Yeah, it's all these little things, all these little pinpricks. The creation story, me trying to figure out how God built it, did everything in 7 days. Because when I was growing up, I wasn't concerned with like of course everyone's situation is different. Of course, don't take mine as like an example of what you should do, because I probably did not explain it well enough for you to do that anyway. But don't do that. Whoever's listening to this, shoot, well, that's where my train of thought was going. Oh yeah, so growing up, I wasn't concerned with like the historicity of the Book of Mormon or of the translation of the papyri. Excuse me, sorry, that was loud. Or raft, yeah. I was growing up. My favorite story in the scriptures was the creation story and the Noah's Ark. And I never had like doubts if those happened. I just was wondering. It bothered me that God built it in 7 days, and dinosaurs aren't mentioned in it at all. Like, where was the Garden of Eden like a spot on the earth for like millions of billions of since its inception? Uh, like when water, when life started, is that when God put the Garden of Eden somewhere on Pangea or whatever the, because there was a supercontinent before Pangea, whatever that one was called. He put it there, and then Adam and Eve sat in the garden for millions of years with all these modern animals, and and then after the extinction of the dinosaurs and like people evolved and whatever, like they left Africa, and then Adam ate the fruit or whatever, and then people started. I didn't know, and I wanted the answer, and I talked to a friend about this. When I was younger, we went to Goblin Valley in Arches, and I loved Goblin Valley. It was so cool. We went in the evening, and we had hot dogs. And it was really cool sitting in Goblin Valley. If you don't know what Goblin Valley is, it's this valley with these weird rock formations. I can't remember what they're called, but it's called Goblin Valley because somebody thought the little rock formations looked like goblins. And I was sitting there with my friend. I haven't told anybody this ever, I think, but I was sitting with my friend, like my best friend, that I grew up with, um, and because he was like the only other boy in my Sunday school classes, so we were just friends by default. And this was at a scout camp one summer, and I was like, well, I was like, well, how do you think it worked and all this stuff and creation and dinosaurs and all this stuff? And he's like, well, I think maybe we just aren't supposed to have uh, the answer to those questions, or we'll find them out when we die. And I was like, but I was like, yeah, maybe. And then I was like, but why? What is so um why can't I know these things? Yeah, but I want to know why is this? I had to know. I had I had to know. And I think my dad is in a similar boat that I was then, because I was also trying to figure out how it relates to evolution, because I knew evolution happened. It's real, right? Not allowed, yeah. um, well, at the time I was still trying to figure out if I thought it was real, because I remember we were like I was with another group of friends at like a fathers and sons campout thing, and one of my friends was like, "Yeah, I don't know why people don't believe in evolution." It's like, "Oh, interesting," because I was still conflicted. I was like, "Yeah, it probably happened, but how does that work with the 7 days of the creation?" And then, because growing up over, you're also taught that if you have a question or you're having a hard time, just open your Book of Mormon or your quad or whatever. Your people, not book. Yeah, open your quad, your scriptures, and then point at the page, and that verse will answer your question or something. And I didn't end up doing that. I think it was in seminary. I think it might be in the Book of Mormon. Um, I guess do I have scriptures in here? That's a dig form. Give me one second. I'm gonna see if I can find it and read you this scripture, because I I want to find it. Give me one second. I am still here until I am. Okay, so this thing weighs like 3 pounds. I'm good. I'm good. um, so in seminary, it's almost midnight. It is. I'm almost done. I was just answering question for Teto, or trying to articulate an answer. Okay. This thing is heavy. Okay, I should have it bookmarked. It's not there. That's just a paper. Oh yeah, and in seminary they'd give us like little paper handouts that we'd glue the edges of and stick them in the between paper pages of our scriptures. I was like, I don't want to disfigure my scriptures with that. Obviously, you're not disfiguring them, but okay, is it here? Okay, yeah, it's Alma. Okay, so this is in the Book of Mormon, it's not in the Bible. But this helped me put off my shelf crashing for years, till like 2 years ago. This answered my question at the time. It was enough. So this is Alma chapter 40, verse 8. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the only one I have highlighted. And we were reading this in seminary. Let me finish this thought, until and I will get you a good go. So this isn't enough, but this helped me satiate my question about evolution and the timeline of the creation story in Genesis. Like the 7 days he made the, I can't remember, was some the animals of the land before the fish or something. I can't remember. So it was like, okay, that doesn't actually work, because life started in the oceans, right? Okay, anyway. So this is Alma 40, verse 8. Okay, and I remember sitting in seminary, and then this was read, and I was like, oh, there it is. There's my answer. And then this was like it, until I met Evelyn like 2 years ago, and then my shelf broke. This like put another support beam on my shelf for a few years, I guess you could say. But it says, now whether there is more than one time appointed for men to rise, it mattereth not, for all men do not die at once, and this mattereth not. All is as one day with God, and time only is measured unto men. And I was like, oh. So they say 7 days in the Genesis story, but actually God is still, it's like still like Monday morning for God. And it's been billions of years for us. So I was like, okay, that makes sense. They say 7 days, so we actually can comprehend the amount of time that it actually took to make the earth and the sun and the stars and everything else. And then that satiated my need for an answer to this question. And then it was like, I completely forgot about it because of the pandemic, and then I didn't read my scripture. I didn't even want to think about church because it made me feel guilty because I touched my wee-wee, you know. That's it. That's like it. Yeah, so I didn't want to read the scriptures because whenever I read them, as far as those, right? Yeah. And it's not even talking about the creation, it's talking about the second coming of Christ, I think, the resurrection. When Jesus comes down, he splits Mount Olive in half, and then everybody comes back to life. Their bodies are resurrected, made whole. Yeah, that's what this scripture is addressing. But time is only measured unto men. Yeah. But yeah, so that answered my question for a while, and then I put out of thought, out of sight, out of mind. And I was at peace. I was like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And then I didn't even bother thinking about, wait, Adam Eve doesn't make sense either, but yeah, it is Teto. Yeah, Ninetales frustrated with you, Teto. I think they're bonking you. But did that answer your question, Teto? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But this thing is like heavy. Just in the case itself. My scripture case. Yeah, this thing is called a quad. It's the Old New Testament, the Book of Mormon, the Doctrine and Covenants, and then the Pearl of Great Price, and then the Index, which is like 3 times the size of the Pearl of Great Price. And this is, what edition is this? I don't know. Printed in the United States of America, May 2007. So I know, like, they've made changes to the Book of Mormon, punctuation, word choice. I've removed whole verses, added verses to the Book of Mormon. They haven't touched. It's just the King James version of the Old New Testament. Yeah, so I've used this thing for so long. The zipper, the handle of the zipper snapped, so now it's just a little stub. It's a pain to zip this thing. This is why you don't like your grandparents, besides the smell. Oh no. Okay. Alright, Ninetale. Let me get you a good girl, and then I think we'll raid out. Unless anyone else has more questions, I'm happy to answer them. But did that... Oh, because the Wi-Fi connection is horrible. Okay. Did that answer your question, Tyler? I'm so sorry. That ramble for like 20 minutes did not help. I'm so sorry. Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay. Alright. Let me give you your good girl, Ninetale.
Ninetale. Ninetale. You're a very, very good girl. And I'm very, very proud of you. You work so very, very hard. I'm very proud of you. You're a very, very good girl, Ninetale.
Good girl. Good girl, good girl. Good girl, good girl, good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a good girl. So, oh, hi, Bowery. That's it. Plush emotes are so cute. They're so cute. So I was rambling about the Bible exclusively, but So for like the last 3 hours, probably longer, um, I've been talking about my Mormon upbringing and subsequent deconstruction of said upbringing, and or my faith journey, I guess you could call it that too, if you prefer. And I was just answering Teto's question. Teto asked me what made me decide once and for all, and it wasn't one thing. It was just like it was a bunch of little mosquito bites on my armor of God, I guess. I don't know. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Teto. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, sweetheart. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for the raid. Sammy, thank you. Okay, let's see who's live this late. Is anyone live this late? Okay. And thank you for the twisty pops, Teto. Thank you. It was very tasty. It tasted good. It just took me 3 hours to get through it. Well, probably because I was talking most of the time. But all right, let's see. And thank you for listening to me ramble about things. I'm sorry if it got heavy. Yeah. Is Violet live? I don't know if anyone we know is live this late. I don't know if anyone we know is live this. Oh, Mayon is live. I hope that's how you say your name. I think we'll rate her. We'll rate her. She's been going for 2 hours. Okay. How do I confuse you, Nightell? Alright, let's get the race started. My head kind of hurts now. I need to go to bed. Reading the... Oh, that was the Book of Mormon. That was the Book of Mormon. That was not the Bible. It was the Book of Mormon. You'd have to watch the whole thing for context, Nightell. It'd take me another 15 minutes to get myself to explain. You want to do one more thing? Go for it. Go for it, Barry. Do it. Do it. It is a good play. I have not seen the play. I've listened to some of the soundtrack. I love Spooky Mormon Hell Dream. I love that song. I love that song so much because it's like it's very relatable. Like, I took a cookie from the cookie jar. I'm just as bad as Hitler. I'm going to Spooky Mormon Hell. Yeah, I love that song. I have not seen the whole thing. I'd like to see it someday. Okay.
Barry, you're a very, very good girl. You're such a good girl, Barry. You work so very hard. Please treat yourself. You can do it. Don't squat. I'm in the middle of something right now, Nightell. it. You're a very, very good girl. Good girl. Good bear. Good bear. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl.
Good girl. Good girl, Barry. Good girl. You're a very good girl. I'm very proud of you. Please take care of yourself. Treat yourself, okay? And I'm not spoiling you. Good girl, Barry. Good girl. Good girl. I'm very proud of you. You're awesome. Good girl. There you go. You can be mean now, Ninetale. I'm gonna start the raid. I'm gonna start the countdown anyway. Ada. Should I spell this right? Squads. Okay. Oh, I gotta put my clothes in the dryer. Yeah. Whoops. There we go. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I've had blush on this whole time. I've had blush on this whole time. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know why I'm apologizing. I'm sorry. I apologized for apologizing. Oh my goodness. No, it's. I don't need to apologize for everything. Oh, the blush is the door. Okay. Oh, doors. Okay. I just apologized for apologizing. I need to go to bed. But thank you all for coming tonight. Thank you. Thank you so much for the raid, Sammy, and for the follow, Crusader, Zammy, Rocky, and for gifting a sub to Zammy Tato. Thank you. That's cute. Okay. I love you guys. Please, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, be warm, be nice, brush your teeth. I'm gonna go pass out. Night.